Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I have been noticed that there will be in closed session for another 10 minutes approximately. Again, council will be in closed session still for another 10 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And pardon the delay for us coming back. We had a long discussion back there. Mr. City Attorney, would you like to report back? All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In closed session, the City Council had a discussion with legal counsel involving pending litigation. Item number 1A, Luis Mondiagon versus City of Southgate is a claim based on a fall on a city sidewalk. The City Council received a presentation by the City Attorney regarding a proposed settlement of that matter. Upon completion of that presentation, on a motion that was made by Councilwoman Avalos and seconded by Councilmember Rios, and on a vote of 3-0, the City Council moved to approve a tentative settlement in that case. The amount of the settlement will be disclosed consistent with the Brown Act once the settlement is finalized. In closed session, we were missing Council members Hurtado and Davila. On item number 1B, Esteban Hernandez, this involved a accident with the city vehicle, and the claim was made by the driver that was hit by the city vehicle. On a motion that was, the City Council received a presentation by the City Attorney. Upon completion of that presentation, the City Council approved a proposed settlement of that matter. The motion was made by Mayor Barone. It was seconded by Councilwoman Avalos, and on a vote of 3-0 that included Vice Mayor Rios, the City Council approved the tentative settlement in that matter. Council members Davila and Hurtado are excused from participating in tonight's meeting and did not participate in closed session. Finally, in closed session, the City Council also met with the city manager, acting as the labor negotiator, to discuss ongoing labor negotiation agenda. And upon a presentation made by the city manager and by the HR director, and upon completion of that, guidance was provided by the City Council, but there was no vote or actionable items, reportable items discussed in closed session. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. That completes my report.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I'd like to go ahead and open it up to any member here in the audience. If you have any comment you'd like to make on these closed session items. Seeing none. Any emails again?
No emails, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and close the special Southgate Special Council meeting. Thank you. And then before we start the City Council meeting, if anybody here needs earphones, si alguien necesita los translation or earphones, si pueden levantar las manos para que alguien le pueda llevar, si necesita oír en español la junta. Yeah. Okay. Deja. Ahorita se los llevo. Gracias. Okay, Madam Clerk, are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead and start the Southgate City Council regular meeting for Tuesday, March 10th. It is now 6:52. Madam Clerk?
Invocation?
We're going to have the invocation done by Tina De La Rosa, Acting Director from Parks and Recs, and the Pledge of Allegiance by Judith Glazer, City Clerk.
Please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we come before you today just asking you to just be with us today as we discuss the city business, Lord. Just help us to make good decisions this evening and just give us the wisdom and the guidance we need, Lord. Just thank you for the ability that we have to just continue serving the city of Southgate, Lord. And just thank you for all the things that you continue to bless us with. In your name we pray. Amen.
If you can please join me with the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Roll call, please.
Mayor Barón,
Present.
Vice Mayor Rios. Mic on, please.
Present.
Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
City Treasurer de la Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas.
Present.
I have Councilmember Hurtado and Councilmember Davila excused from this meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 1, please.
We have presentation. The City Council will consider A, receive the fiscal year 25-26 mid-year budget report and adjustments. B, approve the fiscal year 25-26 mid-year adjustments. And C, adopt a resolution of the City Council, the City of Southgate approving fiscal year 25-26 mid-year budget amendments and adjustments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Luis, you be making this presentation, or do we want to start?
I can start out. Thank you, Mayor and Council and the community. We each year around this time, sometimes slightly earlier, we have a mid-year budget report to update on the state of our budget, both on a revenue side and expenditure side. And there's typically adjustments that we make based on our assumptions, based to actuals, and then also trying to figure out funding to make us to get through to the end of the fiscal year. Our report, I'll hand over to our Administrative Service Director, Louis Frosto.
Mayor, members of the City Council, to present on the mid-year, I'm going to have Stephen Aragon come up. Stephen, I don't believe has presented to the council before. Stephen is our budget and procurement manager and is the lead manager that oversees our budget process. And so I'll kick it off to him.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Stephen Aragon, Budget and Procurement Manager with the Administrative Services Department. Tonight, I will be presenting the fiscal year 25-26 mid-year budget report and adjustments, and requesting council approval for the related budget amendments and adjustments. The purpose of the mid-year budget report is to provide a financial review of the first half of the fiscal year, including evaluating actual revenues to estimates, evaluating spending against budgetary expectations, and the true-up items. The mid-year budget report also provides an opportunity for budget adjustments to fund unanticipated expenditures, continue appropriations for the city's capital improvement program, and provide a starting point for the fiscal year 26-27 budget development. In this slide, staff is providing the city's general fund performance for fiscal year 2025, comparing the final budget with the audited year-end financials. The city started the fiscal year with an unassigned fund balance of $9.7 million and ended the fiscal year 2025 with an unassigned general fund balance of $9.4 million, reflecting an operational deficit of $1.9 million that was bridged using $1.9 million from reserves. Moving on from the general fund performance for fiscal year 2025, we will review the city's budget for the first 6 months of this current fiscal year, which includes July through December of 2025, and we'll compare it to the same period for the fiscal year 2024-2025. Starting with revenues. Revenue is lower than anticipated, bringing in only $18 million, or 24.6% of the projected $73.8 million expected for the fiscal year. I would like to address 3 items that contain significant performance differences from the prior year. In the first 6 months of the fiscal year 2025, property tax revenue was only about $41,000, whereas revenue for the 6 months of this current fiscal year was $1.4 million. The difference between the 2 fiscal years is related to an installment of property tax revenue that was posted in January last fiscal year, just outside the midterm window. The mid-year window. In fiscal year 2026, the installment was posted in December. Each installment between the 2 years was each approximately $1.4 million. As for sales tax, in the first 6 months of fiscal year 2025, revenue came in at $6.7 million. In fiscal year 2026, this current year, revenue for the same period totaled $8.6 million. In fiscal year 2025, a sales tax disbursement that was issued in December of 2024 was received in January 2025. Again, that was outside of the mid-year window. Whereas in fiscal year 2026, the disbursement received and posted in January 2026. Moving on to the use of money and property revenue, in fiscal year 2025, revenue for the first 6 months of the fiscal year totaled $2.1 million. For the same period of fiscal year 2026, revenues were $1.3 million. The significant difference in revenue is due to the timing of posting interest. In this fiscal year of 2026, interest will be posted this month of March. Moving on to expenditures, the city had $32.9 million in expenditures through the first 6 months of this fiscal year, roughly 40.8% of the annual budget. The seemingly lower than expected actual expenditure total primarily reflects a change in expenditure patterns. For example, in wages and benefits for the first 6 months of fiscal year 2026, expenditures were $4.9 million less than the same period of fiscal year 2025. The difference in this category is due primarily to the strategy of paying UAL to CalPERS. In fiscal year 2025 and prior years, the UAL was prepaid at the beginning of the fiscal year. In fiscal year 2026, the UAL is being paid monthly to allow funds to earn more interest than it would be saved, than the amount of money that would be saved by prepaying the UAL. In the first 6 months of this fiscal year, investments have earned over $540,000, whereas prepaying the UAL would have saved approximately $371,000, and that would have been for the full fiscal year. When comparing revenues and expenditures for the first 6 months of the fiscal year, one can see that expenditures are outpacing revenues significantly. From this point on the presentation, we'll shift focus onto the projected year-end revenue and expenditures to get a better idea as to the projected budget performance for the entirety of the fiscal year. After careful analysis of revenue performance throughout the first 6 months of the fiscal year, while also considering regional and local economic factors, staff is recommending these adjustments to revenue for fiscal year 2026. The total adopted general fund projection for the fiscal year began at approximately $73.8 million. Staff has revised revenue projections for the following categories. Measure P, local sales tax, is being reduced by approximately $848,000. State sales tax revenue is being reduced by approximately $840,000. Other taxes is being reduced by $303,000. Fees and charges is being reduced by $754,000. The net difference of these changes and the comparative small changes amongst the other categories on this slide total a revenue increase of $718,000 for those miscellaneous categories that we didn't cover. The total of all revenue adjustments for the fiscal year result in a reduction of approximately $2 million in expected revenue for a total expected revenue of $71.8 million. This table represents the updated fiscal year 2025-26 financial forecast, incorporating year-to-date performance, previously approved budget adjustments, unanticipated expenditures, and the proposed mid-year budget adjustments recommended in the report. The last column reflects the revised budget, which accounts for unexpected budgetary needs and addresses fund balance issues and other funds. The ending general fund balance for 2024-2025 was $1.5 million higher than projected in the actual 2024-25 adjusted budget. This is attributed to less than expected expenditures, as shown in the fourth slide that we went over in this presentation, and it permits two transfers from the general fund, one of $1.4 million transfer to the insurance fund to reduce the fund deficit, and a $57,000 transfer to the successor agency to correct an administrative allocation that exceeds the program's administration cap. Based on this revised forecast, the projected 2025-26 general fund ending fund balance is just over $1 million. This next slide focuses on the capital improvement program and shows proposed transfers by funding source to the capital improvement program fund, which is then made available for previously approved projects. $174,000 of this is new funding for existing projects. The remaining $59.9 million accounts for carryovers from fiscal year 2025. These transfers are required by funding agencies to show that these funding sources are authorized to cover expenses in the capital improvement program. It also assists staff to better track and account for project fund balances. This next slide focuses on the capital improvement program carryovers of fiscal year 2025 appropriations to fiscal year 2026. These carryovers reflect the portion of the capital improvement program that's funded directly by the Capital Improvement Fund, Water Fund, Sewer Fund, and Building and Infrastructure Fund. They are necessary for the city to continue funding previously approved projects. The last item I'd like to cover tonight is the tentative budget schedule for key events for the fiscal year 26-27 budget. As of now, the budget preparation is underway for fiscal year 26-27. In April, on a date to be determined, we will host a community budget roundtable for the general community. On May 14th, a proposed budget will be submitted to City Council and posted on the city website. On May 19th, we will hold our first budget study session and public hearing. On May 26th, we will hold the second budget study session and continued public hearing. And on June 9th, we hope to pass a budget adoption. This concludes the mid-year budget report and adjustments portion of the presentation. I'd like to ask if the council has any questions.
Council, before questions, I just have two things I wanted to call out. On page 8, the first full paragraph there was a typo, and the number should be 1,021,021. I think you saw there that it says 1,210,000, which is a transposing of the numbers. And on page 13, the general fund balance should reflect $1 million. I believe the staff report says 1.2. So besides those two corrections, we'll be ready for questions.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, go ahead and first I'll ask staff here. I'm sorry, council, do you have any questions? Sure. If anybody here in the audience would have any questions, I'd like to go ahead and open up to any member here in the audience if they would like to come up to the mic and have any questions regarding our mid-year budget update. Seeing none, go ahead and close the public comment. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I received 2 emails. The first one is from Lisette Ruiz, thanking Councilmember Hurtado, Mayor Barron, Mr. Fausto, and Mr. Houston for meeting with community members to discuss the city's financial situation and expresses support for their efforts to address what she believes is misinformation. She also criticizes Councilmember Avalos for questioning the fiscal emergency and for voting against placing the measure on the ballot, stating that the decision has negatively affected the city and its many programs. I also received one from Mr. Mario Dominguez, who states that after reviewing the item report, he believes that it demonstrates the city is currently facing a fiscal emergency and criticizes City Council for the city's financial condition. He also asked staff to clarify the balances of the Public Access Fund, Information System funds, and remaining ARPA funds, and urges the council to use those funds to restore Zoom access to city council meetings, noting that neighboring cities currently offer options. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, I have 2 questions. Just to make sure I understood it correctly, we're seeing a lower tax revenues coming into the city, and I think that's what I'm gonna assume is going to continue to happen over the next few years, because the economic situation that it seems that it's affecting the entire country, not only us here locally. That being said, will the proposed 7% UUT that was projected to raise $9 million be sufficient? Because what I'm seeing is that our deficit is going to be greater than 9 million year over year. That means that not only if we stick with the 7% UUT in the future, we still need to execute deep cuts to balance the budget. So general question, will 7% still be sufficient, or does that number need to go up to meet what we're seeing here? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from staff? No? Okay. I'll go ahead and ask Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on page 3 of the report, Luis, it says for fiscal year 24-25, it says the expenditures were 74.1 million. However, the report that we got from our independent auditor indicates that our expenditures were 64.5. So that is almost $10 million less that we spent last year in comparison to
Sorry,
What we have
what
today.
table or
page 3,
page 3? Which number are you looking at on page 3?
fiscal year 24-25 general fund year-end performance. It's page 3 on mine. No, the staff report. In here, it indicates per our independent audit that we just received,
Mhm.
expenditures are 64.5 million on page 15 of agenda item number 9.
Okay, we can take a look at that.
Thank
we-
you.
Yeah.
And then it goes on in regards to revenue, it's indicating 68.9 million. However, in the independent auditors, it says 68.7. So again, this goes back to, we need to get our numbers straight so that we understand exactly what we're looking at. I understand that we are not generating the revenue that we generated before. And this is something I've brought to the attention of our city manager. Our businesses are hurting right now. They don't have a lot of patrons coming in. So these numbers are reflective that they're not generating taxes and we're not doing anything to be supportive of them. Other than that, thank you so much for working on the report, but I'll keep my comments brief. But I would echo that out of a professional courtesy to our colleagues that are not here, that we continue this item so that they can also have an opportunity to ask questions. But that would just be me being myself. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank everybody for being here tonight. Luis and Stephen, what's the big, we're looking at all these numbers, and I think to simplify things, what is the big picture? I know we're talking about less revenue coming in, and we have, it's just, and that seems to be a pattern for a lot of cities right now, right? I mean, just the property and the sales tax are major revenue, and they're down, and then seems like other things are down too. So it's not just that. What's the big picture to take away from this mid-year review adjustments? Because everything's not in yet, but so that people have an understanding.
Sure. So what I would say is, I think 3 points. One is that overall, on most of our revenue lines that Stephen was going over, our revenues are softening. And they're softening, I think, at a more aggressive rate than we even thought. We meet with our tax consultants on a regular basis, quarterly actually. And so we've seen this coming, but we had a major business close in our city that just wasn't in the cards. And so that business did generate a good amount of sales tax. The hope is that some new location or some new business opens up in that space that would help make the projection a little better. But overall, yes, sales tax are softening. Folks are not spending the money. The economy is hurting. There's a lot of uncertainty happening, not just at the federal level, but it just trickles straight down. So that's point number one. Point number two is that we are spending our spending for this current fiscal year is trending to be lower than what we had initially planned to spend, meaning we are, I think, doing concerted efforts to minimize our spending. About a halfway point of the year, you would expect to be at about a 50% expenditure level. We're about a 40.8% roughly. So that is good news. And then the last point I'd want to make is that there was a lot of work involved in this staff report. I want to thank staff for the countless hours they've spent putting this together. They did a lot of work in working with the departments, and the department heads did a lot of work to ensure that we weren't digging into the general fund and requesting additional appropriations, which is very typical at mid-year. I'm sure if you look back at mid-years from this city, you'll see every mid-year we'll have general fund appropriations. This year, you'll see none, which is really rare, and a big hats off to the entire team for making sure that they took care of or being mindful of what they were requesting this year and finding offsets for things that they wanted to fund. So that's the key takeaways of the report.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. So, Louis, and then I'll also direct this to our city manager. I know that, we have noticed that there was going to be a trend of down sales tax. I think that was something that was a given. I know that us as staff, we have, or you guys as staff have been working on a fee structure update. There's a lot of things that staff is working on that will help with some of the reduction in our revenue to be able to bring additional revenue into the city. I will also say that business that was vacant that left is open. It is my neighbor that's on the corner there, and it was a very busy weekend for them because it was their grand opening. And they had a lot of new business going on there. So very hopeful that they're going to be able to be as successful as the Ganas Auto Center. So hopefully that would be a productive location there. All in all, the vision of what we're hoping is that, we have to become more self-sustainable as a city. And the revenue has to be able to be self-sustainable within our city. One of the things that we saw during COVID is that a lot of cities that had a utility users tax were still being able to get a lot of revenue because people weren't spending money at the stores, but they had to pay their bills. So those tax revenues were still being generated, and those cities were still making tax revenue on utilities, and they were being able to still fund a lot of their services that were really needed in their cities because they still had this additional revenue being brought up. So do we still have a need for additional revenue? I believe that there's no question. Our mid-year budget is saying that there is something that we need to do about it. Is 7% enough? I think the city treasurer asks a question that I think we need to make sure we evaluate because I think the one time that we ask should be the only time we ask. But I also think that we want to make sure we're mindful that the impact to the residents is also minimal. We don't want to make additional revenue just for the sake of making revenue. We also want to make sure that it's a revenue that is sustainable, that is also gives us the ability to get the staff in place that we need to be able to create the economic development that we need moving forward, right? So it's a continued idea of a process of what we're hoping that the vision of the community will be moving forward. There is a lot of what we're looking into, what this process will be, and we're hopeful that the community will see the benefit of where we're heading, coming soon when we make a decision on how we will move on that. But Louis, thank you for the presentation. I think one of the things that I will definitely ask is one of the things that Councilwoman Avala's question was the information that was listed on the report that was provided by the auditors, right? A lot of times the financials that are listed through their audit is not it's not taken from the total of the end of the year budget, right?
Yeah, there could be quite a bit of reasons why these numbers don't match, but I need to look at, because I don't have the
Right.
act for in front of me, but it could be a timing issue. It
Right.
could be journal entry issues, or not issues, but journal entries that were posted after the fact. But all in all, the ACFR is a point in time. And so we pull those reports several months before so in this case, it would have been around October, November. So it's been quite a few months since we last pulled the trial balance report for the auditors. And then that's point in time, it's looking at as of June 30th, 2025. And then the media report is actually a report that's using the latest data. And that report is looking at the first 6 months of the year.
Right.
And so they two different purposes, two different things. But we can always look, there's always an explanation. If the numbers don't tie, we always have documentation as to why.
Yeah, and I'm very cautious when there's ever a comment that can create doubt in what our numbers are saying, right? And I just want to make sure that whenever that happens, that we were able to provide that response and we're able to provide that answer. So if we can get that
Yes.
for the next meeting, I want to make sure that we make a point of responding to that in
Absolutely.
the next meeting, so that way we have that. Okay.
Yes.
And if there's a response to it as well, if we can get all council members to get emailed
Yes.
that response as well. Thank you. Yeah, and that's all I have. What
Yeah,
are
I
the
just
wishes?
want to add another thing that so the public understands that we have some cost measures in place to reduce expenditures and to be more efficient. And we're doing some restructuring and so and we're freezing positions and things like that to reduce the deficit. So there are some significant innovations and reorganization to address some of those things. So that'll be coming forward in the coming weeks, months, and so forth.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a question for Luis. So in the presentation, it says the adopted budget for 25-26 is 80,883 and 165. And the adjusted budget is the same amount. So are we adjusting it or we're not?
What page are you looking at? Or slide number?
7.
And then you're saying that the adjusted,
Is the same amount.
so in the middle of the table, there is the fiscal year 25-26 budget of 80,883,000. To the right of that, after all of the adjustments, you'll see 81,002,546. So it's a different amount.
That's a different number. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the top line.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
If I may add, I appreciate the conversation, the questions, and thanks also to the staff for pulling together this documentation. The numbers will tie up. We will be able to provide that information. Ideally, if there are any specific questions council has that we can get prior to the meeting, it's always helpful to be more prepared in the moment. But with that, I would just add that comment about our revenue gap and the sizing of if utility users tax was to be pursued at a later date. I think it's a good question, and I think we'll have time as the numbers, we finish the fiscal year till the end of June. We have some time to sort out how everything settles and then determine what gap would be the best to go with. But to Councilmember Rios's point, we are working hard to find efficiencies and additional savings to try to make the expenditure part even lower, so that if our revenues drop somewhat like they're showing, that perhaps we could mitigate that internally without having to pursue even more revenue than the 7%. And the last note was, I did want to make sure that council was aware that I was able to go over this report with Councilmember Hurtado yesterday, knowing that he couldn't be here today. And he has some questions, but was good with the results, and had told me that he was satisfied with the information. Due to the schedule of Councilmember Avila, we weren't able to connect, but I didn't anticipate that she had concerns with the report, but just to update, if we're ideally, due to the late nature of this, if we could move forward, that would be helpful for city timing, as we usually do this in February, but we've had a lot of items on the agenda, so we have delayed it. But of course, it's council's pleasure to decide the timing of adopting this report or delaying it.
Make a motion to recommend that we receive the fiscal year mid-year budget report and adjustments, approve the fiscal year mid-year adjustments, and adopt the resolution of the City Council of the City Southgate approving the fiscal year 2025-26 mid-year amendment and adjustments.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Roll call. Councilmember Avalos?
Yes on A, no on B and C.
Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barona?
Yes. Thank you. Item number 2.
Following the conclusion of the public hearing, the City Council will consider A, adopting a resolution approving substantial amendment number 2 to the fiscal year 23-24 annual action plan, substantial amendment number 2 to the fiscal year 24-25 annual action plan, and substantial amendment number 1 to fiscal year 25-26 annual action plan, reprogramming community development block grant. B, authorize the city manager or the community development director to initiate appropriate action necessary to implement projects and programs as noted as the fiscal year 25-26 annual action plan. C, reallocate $749,254 in the community development block grant funds and $340,000 in home investment partnership program funds from current activity allocations to the proposed budget amendments within each respective fund. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Making the presentation will be Department Director Gabriel Perez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Gabriel Perez, your Community Development Director. So this item is regarding community development block grant funds. Those are federal funds that come from the from HUD, and it's provided to the city every year. So we have the ability to program those funds, and you've seen the annual action plan presented to previously for this year's funds. And today we have the substantial amendment that's recommended so that we could start spending those funds quicker. These are funds that are not part of the general fund. These are federal funds that we get. And so the good thing about programming this is that it has no impact to the general fund. So for this presentation, we have Anna Lanu. She is our contract person that assists us with this program, and she will be giving the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council and staff. Nice to see you this evening. As our city clerk mentioned, we are going to go over the substantial amendments to multiple fiscal years. And this is to reprogram funds so that they may make whole some projects that don't have enough funding and also help us with our timeliness goal. So what are CDBG funds? Or what is CDBG funds? CDBG stands for Community Development Block Grant Funds. These are federal program dollars that come from HUD, Housing and Urban Development. And the funds need to be utilized to meet national objectives, which include benefiting low to moderate income individuals and neighborhoods. An allocation is received from HUD annually following the City Council's approval of an annual action plan. And I just for demonstration here, the current fiscal year, we received $1,192,638, of which we are allowed to program 15% of those funds for public services, 20% is for administration, and the remaining balance is for non-public services, which in this case for this current fiscal year was $775,000. And I think I explain more on the next slide. Okay, so one of the occurrences every year on May 2nd, usually the 1st or the 2nd, HUD will perform a timeliness test on all jurisdictions throughout the country. And on that day, they check to see basically your balance of funds in what they call IDIS, which is the portal that we use to draw down funds on a reimbursement basis with HUD. The rule is that we should not exceed 1.5 times of our allocation. And on that day, when they check it, if we're over that allocation, they'll tell you you need to spend your money faster. After year 2 and year 3, you get in a workout plan, or and you're basically more compliance is required of a jurisdiction when they don't meet that 1.5 allocation cap. So our current balance is $2.8 million. We are exceeding the 1.5. At the moment, we are at 2.42. So we need to spend a little over $1 million very quickly in order to meet this particular goal. When projects aren't completed on time, as I mentioned, we fall into a timeliness issue, and there's heightened HUD compliance, which means like every 60 days, there's a meeting with the HUD representative and the director and the housing manager, and we make projections and promises as to when we're going to be able to draw funds down based on projects moving through their cycle. So we're always measured every 60 days. It's quite time consuming, but the goal is to get back on track. So part of today is to do that. The last bullet is very important. After so many years of untimeliness, we do risk losing future funding. And so I think we all agree that it would be very important that we get on track and spend the money as quickly as possible. So one way we can do that is when we look at allocations and how the programs are funded, we check in to see the status of these programs. Public services need to be spent within the fiscal year. Non-public services have more shelf life. Again, the goal is overall, our balance needs to be under that 1.5. So capital projects, larger programs that have funding, they have more time and they're kind of rolling as they go. What happens though is that we have some projects that were delayed, and I'll go into those. So in order to go in and modify the annual action plans, the substantial amendment is an allowable tool from HUD. It does require a public notice, which in this case was posted in the Southgate Press on January 22nd, and also on the city's website. There is a HUD requirement of a 30-day public comment period. So the recommendations, the changes to the annual action plan are part of what's posted on the website, and we are available to answer questions and receive comment. Then another requirement is the public hearing, which originally was scheduled for last meeting, and it was continued to this meeting. Again, all within HUD compliance. And additionally, the substantial amendment that we're going over today was also presented to the CAC at the February 11th, 2026 meeting that they held. So the proposed amendments, I can go through them. On the left, you'll see the fiscal year plan that these projects were programmed, and then you'll have an activity name, the current activity allocation, that is the current budget, and what we're proposing is the next column, and then the change is on the far right. So you will see that for the fiscal year plan 23-24, the Neighborhood Revitalization Grant Program, which is a CDBG-funded rehabilitation program for homes in neighborhoods that qualify, as well as the household income needs to qualify. They have to be a low moderate income household. The current activity allocation is $357,043. The activity has a remaining balance of $60,000. And what we are asking is to move that $60,000 to the fiscal year, let's see, is it up there? Sorry. To fiscal year 25-26. There's rules when you set up activities in IDIS, and we can't partially fund a rehab. So by moving the money, it all gets bundled together so that we can continue the work for that rehabilitation program. You're not losing those dollars, we're condensing them into the current fiscal year. For the 24-25 fiscal year, we did a substantial amendment and we moved some funds, we programmed some funds for a variety of parks programs, parks projects. At the time, the director provided estimates as to the cost for these programs and projects. And during the period of time that we had this programmed, there were several challenges that were discovered. So for example, the sports complex complex gymnasium divider that was programmed at $55,000, I think the cost was more and exceeded that. That was one of the findings. The other was the girls clubhouse renovation for $64,254. That project, it was discovered that it was going to need a lot of abatement. I think it has some asbestos and maybe some lead paint. So that $64,000 was not going to be enough funds for that project. The building roof replacement, that $120,000, it was discovered that those buildings needed more than just roofs replaced, and therefore that project was also determined not really to move forward with these funds. The swim stadium scoreboard, which was programmed at $80,000, the bids came in, and the amount needed for that was higher than expected. So we're moving some of the funds that we're reprogramming some of those funds from the canceled projects into that particular project. In your staff report, I highlighted it in green because it is different than what's in your staff report. In consultation with Public Works staff, there were additional costs such as labor compliance and some program management and contingency, which we estimate to be $30,000. So we're asking to amend what was presented in your original staff report to increase the amount that would be programmed to this to $94,254, bringing the new reprogram budget to $174,254. The Gardendale Parks Improvement Tot Lot resurfacing, that initially was programmed at $120,000, but bids came in. Again, more funds were needed. So we're suggesting to reprogram $125,000 to that particular project, and that will cover the program management, labor compliance, and should get that project completely done. The ball field shade structures, that we have a $600,000 amount programmed for that. We're not requesting any changes to that. That will stay as it was initially programmed in the last amendment. And the commercial facade program that was programmed in 24-25, we are using that $400,000 because that program really hasn't launched. And so that program, we're utilizing those funds to reprogram into other projects as noted above and on the next slide. And this way we can move funds and get the funds drawn down quicker. Again, for the current fiscal year 25-26, there was a small business grant assistance program of 50,000. That program also did not move forward. We're asking to reprogram those funds. The next line item shows you where that 60,000 will move from the previous slide into this fund. And so that will now make that whole proposed budget of 425,000. And those funds will now cover, yes, those funds will help cover the homes that are in the queue. We have a good number of residential homes that are participating in the program. So these funds are getting spent very quickly. The new program that's being proposed or project is the demolition and clearance project. And I believe our Director Perez will go over more details regarding that project. But we're proposing to reprogram some of those other funds that we mentioned earlier into this project, which requires $225,000. And then that 30,000 that I mentioned earlier that we kind of amended to your original staff report, we are reprogramming some of those funds that we are moving programming to the street project. So we lowered that from your original staff report to $245,000. So now the street and sidewalk project that's slated for this fiscal year will have a budget of $758,900. My last two items refer to home funds and the 2025 affordable housing project of 1.3 million. We are asking to reprogram $340,000 of that into the home residential rehab program. We have homes that are in the queue for those rehabilitations, and this amount of money would help to finish out those rehabs. So we're asking to move program 340,000 and create a proposed budget amendment up to 381,000 for that line item. Director Perez.
I'll cover this part. So as Anna mentioned, we are looking for reprogramming some of the CDBG funds for a demolition project. This is the Housing Authority agency property on the address as 9001 and 9019 Long Beach Boulevard. And as a Housing Authority site, the intent is to have a housing project that we would sell this land for. And there is the opportunity to build affordable housing on the site for 14 home ownership townhomes that would be developed by Habitat for Humanity. And what you see before you is some renderings of what that project would look like. These would be for sale units, so they wouldn't be rentals. They would actually provide the opportunity for home ownership, 100% affordable, and the project would be 30,700 square feet, 14 townhomes, 2-car garage, front porch, and outdoor balcony, and 1,000 square foot community room, 9 guest parking spaces, and community green space. So this project is currently in review and going through the environmental review process. So that would be considered at a future date by the Planning Commission and the City Council. But before any construction could happen, there is the need for the city to be able to demolish the building on site. And the reason some might say, well, why is it going to cost that much? And when we received estimates for it, it's going to cost quite a bit because there's the consideration that there could be asbestos or lead remediation for that. This is the type of project that we anticipate we could have completed within the next few months. So as Anna mentioned, there's the need to be able to spend down this money. This is the project that we could be able to reprogram the funds for to be able to get that spend down happening quicker. So the benefits of this project before you are quite a few. It would protect the public health and safety. So we know that there's the potential for asbestos and lead. So it would reduce that exposure to residents. It would enhance neighborhood safety because it would eliminate the blight and the vacant site that could attract crime and vandalism. It would support environmental cleanup on the site. And then also boost local economy for new jobs for the construction of the potential housing, advance our affordable housing goals, increase property values in the area, and then drive community revitalization. So it would eliminate unsafe and deteriorated buildings in the area, but also promote long-term sustainable growth in the city by providing livable residential opportunities in Southgate. And it would also offer the opportunity for a potential developer to leverage additional funding. So they would be able to identify that these funds were used to demolish this site, and that could be used to demonstrate that to leverage funding that they might be able to get from state or federal resources. So we think it makes sense for us to be able to reprogram some of those funds for this purpose. And in the future, when we have a new allocation for the community development block grants, we could be able to fund some of the other projects that we mentioned that we wouldn't be able to support this year.
So the recommendation before you would be, following the conclusion of the public hearing, to adopt a resolution approving substantial amendments as amended, that with that $30,000 change. Authorize the city manager or the community development director to initiate appropriate action necessary to implement the projects and programs as noted in the amended action plans. In totality, the changes would reallocate $749,254 of community block grant funds and $340,000 in home investment partnership program funds from current activity allocations to the proposed budget amendments within each respective fund.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'd like to go ahead and open it up to any member here in the audience. If you have any questions regarding this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin Logan, resident Hunt Avenue. I have a question in regards to the potential value of a townhome. And the reason I'm asking that is if the city prefers not to, that is potential property tax revenue that you might be shooting yourself in the foot if you do not go with this project. So I was just wanting to know if that's a possibility, if that was thought of, or what that could be a potential so that the residents would be able to have that.
Thank you.
Good evening, council, mayor, staff. Just wanted to, mention again, some of these funds that are being moved, just ask what the process is in terms of deciding to move these funds to other projects, and whether or not that same process is followed when the funds are allocated. I think that it's a good opportunity to have these commissions and other residents involved in the process, and make sure that this information is out and the community is informed in terms of what's happening and what's going on. I think that adds to the transparency, it adds to accountability, and helps build trust with the community. So I think that it's important to keep this information out there and follow some process instead of just making a decision to move these again without going through the proper channels. So I think that I'd like to see that going forward, so that everyone has an opportunity to weigh in and provide any feedback on this. Thank you.
Jimmy Ozaitis, resident. I give a thorough kind of breakdown on this at the last city council meeting, so I'll keep it short. Just gets to the point of a previous resident here. I think a lot of advocacy took place to move about, I think, over $1 million from this funding to support CBDG, or actually to support rec and park programs, and the fact that some of that funding was now reallocated, as the consultant referenced, due to timeliness issues that have been ongoing here. I think we need to revisit what's continuing to create those shortcomings for these types of projects as we move forward. one of the things I think would I would say, we talk about, there was a demolition and clearance project for $225,000, which was a new project that came into play. There was a reallocation of about 340,000 to the rehabilitation program. If you start adding some of these numbers, and we have talked about just making sure we're able to spend them in a timely fashion, given the limitations that we have with timeliness. I think a quick way, and I think something that the residents would greatly appreciate, is if we invest those resources into our streets and our sidewalks, given that there's been significant neglect over the last, 20 plus years. So that's why my humble recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more public comments, so go ahead and close the public comments here. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
We did get one email from Ms. Maria Dominguez, who expressed frustration that $1.1 million in CDBG funds allocated in March 2025 for parks and recreation projects were not advanced toward development or completion before the former director's retirement. He criticized city leadership and staff for what he views as poor oversight and lack of accountability in ensuring that projects benefiting residents are completed timely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead and bring it back here to council. Councilwoman Avalos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Anna, for the presentation. I do have a couple of questions for you. So is Southgate in a workout plan currently right now with HUD?
I'm sorry, Madam Councilmember, what was the question?
The question is, are we in a workout plan with HUD?
Correct, we are in a workout plan.
We have 2.2 million right now, correct?
The current balance in our
Current balance.
account, yes.
Okay. So if I'm not mistaken, I know that our commissioners that are on the CAC reviewed this and allocated some funding. And I remember when it came to council, I made the motion to allocate 50,000 to our small businesses. I see that now we're pulling the plug on them, even though a lot of them are suffering financially right now because of the ICE rates and the economy. So I want to see those funds stay there and actually start the program, because we never got it up and running. And I know, Rob, we've had conversations and you said you were working on it. But again, now from what I'm seeing, that did not happen. The commercial facade, a lot of our businesses say, hey, we want to fix it. But every time I try to do something, the city comes and finds us and tells us we can't do it. So I've been meeting with small businesses, and that's one of their major things. They want something, but they don't know who to go to. So again, it goes back to providing the information to those that are in need. And we're not doing a really good job, but I think we can. So I want to see 200,000 kept there, as well as the 50,000 for our small businesses, because I know a lot of them are hurting. Regardless if they sell or if they don't sell, they still have to pay their employees. Regardless if they sell, they still have to invest in the products that they're selling. The majority are in the food industry. So they have standards that they need to comply, and after so long, they have to toss that food. So to me, this is where my community is hurting, and so I want to make sure that we take care of the businesses that have been here for a while. So I wouldn't want to see those funds reallocated, and I think I would agree. You know, our sidewalks are pretty bad, as well as our roads. According to Mr. Cervantes, it only takes $1.7 million for 1 mile, and I know we can cover a lot. So that would be my only suggestion, is that we do look at that so that we can cover more of the road, so that we can see some kind of an improvement, and that benefits everyone. It's not just low income. The businesses, it benefits the community because they're still here and they're keeping their doors open. Thank you. Those are my only comments and suggestions so that we reallocate some of this funding. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Anna, for the report. I guess, well, this is HUD money, federal dollars, that is used for a multitude of projects. Every year we get an amount, right? And we sorted out, and we do involve the community, the CAC, and there's various members there that, and I think, they did approve the recommendation, the changes?
We presented to them and they were to provide us any input that they had. They just received the presentation. They did not offer any changes.
Because they had made initially some recommendations, right? And they were different then.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I feel like I'm answering should I be answering now or wait till the end? Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. So the process for an annual action plan definitely includes public participation. And here in the city of Southgate, we meet with the CAC twice before recommendations are presented in the action plan, before a draft action plan is then published and available for public comment for 30 days before it is presented to you at a public hearing. So we're in the process of getting ready for the next fiscal year. During the course of that time, it gets adopted by the city council. And as I mentioned, we're checking in on progress. So when funds are not being utilized, discussions take place to determine if there's a way to reprogram funds. Discussions took place with Parks and Recreation in this case, because the initial amendment was to move funds to Parks and Recreation. And the CAC was involved in that at that time. And so this time, we presented the recommendations to the CAC, and they did not say they didn't approve them. They just received the presentation, and now we're here.
Okay.
And so any substantial amendment requires a 30-day comment period, publishing in a newspaper, and having the document available on the city website.
And we're in that 30-day already, so yeah.
Yes, or actually, we gave more days because the public hearing was continued.
So,
Yes.
yeah, okay, so thank you for that. And as far as some of the projects that were initially committed, I know there's a couple of things. There's compliance issues that we spend the money, so the urgency. And then those other projects, some of them were short. Is that my understanding of some fundings and so forth? But my understanding is that those other projects that were moved from this plan, they're going to eventually be put back in, right? Either in the next year funding cycle or so forth, at least because they were priorities. So I'm making that assumption. And then as far as habitat and affordable housing, now, how many units are we going to have here? 13 units. And these are for sale, right? They're for sale, and these are mostly low income? And these are 100?
Yeah.
100%. Well, that's great. And so how much money, and this is Habitat that's constructing. I know you made a lot of figures here that are moving money. So how much are we spending on not just the demolition of the lot and some of the mitigation, but how much are we spending on overall in this project? Or just to get an idea from the city's perspective. And then because it is money that's would be going to the community here. So, and our residents and folks in the community are going to have an opportunity to apply for these housing. Kind of along those lines. I think that's to get some reaction from you.
Yeah, if you want to put it. So, yes, Vice Mayor, Habitat, they will be requesting funds from the city for home funds. They would like to request about 1.6 million, they said. So that would become as a future request to the city council. The other is PLHA funds to be able to support the project. They've mentioned that it's going to cost about $11.8 million to construct the project. They have a current gap right now that they need to be able to close. They are applying for other sources of funding. There's some state funding called AHAC funding. They're looking to apply for about $4.5 million for that funding.
Okay.
So they are moving along. They have submitted their application to the city. It will require review by the Planning Commission, and the City Council will review the tentative tract map for the townhomes, since they are doing for sale units.
Yeah, and I know this project's been in the planning because of the tire company was there adjacent there to that property, and they delayed us and all of this. So finally, they moved on, right? Now we secured the property, and this property was also of the city's, right? That's where we pitched in, right, to make this. Okay, thank you for the response.
Just to clarify, so the city owns the property and we're going to be giving the developer money to construct it, right?
The the possibility to do that, we could do that with home funds, but the city council would need to approve that in the future.
Okay, thank you.
As far as just one more question, related to the housing once it's built, who's going to handle that? Is Habitat going to handle that? Because it would be nice if we have some priority for some of the residents here that, that could.
They would handle that. I don't know if Anna would know this, but I don't think we can have, I think there are limitations to making that exclusive to Southgate residents. So I think it does become open, but I don't know the legal requirements for that.
Is the question who
The-
would be, what households would be able to apply for the housing? It's based on household income. It's all going to be low, moderate income households, but not necessarily just Southgate residents.
Thank you. So just to, agree a little bit with our Councilwoman Avalos, I think that, addressing some of the small business needs is a priority. I have a concern with the facade improvement project. This is one of my pet peeves. I think I've always had a concern with it because the facade improvement project has always benefited the property owner, I think, the majority of the time, because the facade gets fixed, it gets improved, and the property owner is really benefiting from that project. I think even the applicant has to be the property owner. I don't think the applicant can be the small business. Is that correct?
So a tenant can request the funds, but the property owner needs to approve the
Right.
improvements and allow, allow access to the property.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think that's one of my concerns with this program is that it's always been something that yes, it could possibly improve a business situation, but depending on the length of the lease or how long that lease process is, a tenant could be, it could be improved. They can receive that money. It can be improved, and then the tenant can be kicked out the very next, 6 months, and then that improvement or that investment is no longer there, and now it's, it has to be redone. So I'm always been very skeptical of that program, and I've always been very concerned about the facade improvement program. Now, the small business grant assistant, I think there's something to be said about that program. I think I've always thought that there was a process to that I believed in, but I thought the bigger success that we've always had here was our gift card program. It was one of the larger successful programs where it did not just benefit the business, but it also benefited our residents. It gave the resident the opportunity. So go ahead.
So HUD does not permit the gift cards as a means to have a program.
Okay.
If I can just share a little information about a small business assistance program. A small business assistance program can be an eligible program if it's going to help if the business is located in a low income census block, which most of the city is. And the funds would be used either to create employment, or if it's if they had a capital purchase, that would be eligible. So they could kind of offset their funds, their cash flow with these funds. So an amount would need to be determined. How big of a grant do you want it to be? And then the paperwork would entail verification of how they spent those funds in an eligible way. So that program could be in place.
So it couldn't be just something that helps them cover their bills.
It in a way it is. If
If
you need to buy a refrigerator,
Right.
you would be able to use these funds for a capital purchase of a refrigerator, which allows you then to have these other funds available,
Right.
for other expenses.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Could those funds be to cover an employee's salary?
Yes, if you could show, if they can show that, there's a loss of revenue and that these funds would pay for the salary because of a loss of revenue. So you would look at like the last quarter of the year before and this quarter, then you could do that. There's just more, when you're doing an employment funding, the employee needs to be a low, moderate income household. Therefore, the employer needs to ask a lot of information from that employee. And my experience in doing programs like this is that a lot of employees do not want to give this information over. That's the only problem with that.
Thank you. City Manager?
Yeah, I'll tag onto that one small business concept and answer a bunch of the other questions that have been asked. We did look into this small business $50,000 project in the past, and many of the difficulties mentioned, the limitations. The prior gift card program was using ARPA funds, which had a much broader flexibility, and the CDBG funds are very restricted. And so when we looked at the program, right away, someone has to administrate it. You have to have, somebody to track, first of all, who's eligible, and then how much you're giving. So and then the administration of just a conceptual program sounded like it would cost us about $20,000. So now we're down to 30. And then we figure out across all the businesses, which ones would be eligible and how do we pick, if we gave even 1,000 each, we're maybe at 30 businesses and then everyone else doesn't get it. How do you pick of the 30? And then there has to be definite financial information showing how much money, like how in need the organization is. So you have to ask for tax information, which not every business wants to do. Someone has to review all that. And then you have to have all the criteria. So there's a lot of hurdles. It's not as easy as the ARPA funds, which could, be much easier to distribute. And the worry would be that the amount of administration and oversight and the amount of information we'd have to ask, and then picking winners, and then resulting in the vast majority of businesses wouldn't be able to get funding. The heart's in the right spot and the concept's great, but the logistics with this type of funding makes it difficult. So we've done that work. We can certainly do more work, but just letting you know the limitations.
Okay, thank you. And then just to touch on some of those revitalization grants, I do want to also ask, I know a lot of these grants are for real big projects for a lot of homes, like, window projects, AC projects, a lot of things that add value to a home, all things that help with them when they get permits. There's permit costs that generate revenue to the city, and also there's the added revenue from the improvement of the property, right? So there's an increase in property value from that. So there is an actual benefit to the program, not just to the resident, but also to the city in the long run, right? So I think those are projects that I like that we continue to fund. And also, of course, the affordable housing, project, to move it forward. If there's a way for us to get this, property demolished and move this project forward, that has been one of those places that I know that community has been asking for years. What's going to happen here? What's going to happen here? What's going to be built here? And I think we need to start, helping that process along. And if it's the demolition of this property, I can see that needs to happen. But I also worry that it's going to continue to be an additional delay. And I think that's where I want to make sure that whatever we're doing expedites the issue and also expedites the process to get the properties to be built. So if we can make sure that we get some type of understanding of what the delay is, I know that that's one of the questions that I have asked, is what's the time frame once this happens on how the property is going to get built. I know Gabe gave a presentation that there's additional funding that's required, but to at least have some kind of time frame for that. And then I think one of the residents made a very good point that we need to make sure that when we're getting, our numbers, our quotes, that we're doing it as, as accurately as possible or as efficiently as possible, because we know that in this time of today, prices change very quickly. It can be one price today, and then all of a sudden, 2 months later, the prices is just skyrocketing. We're seeing it in every single industry. And I was just in a board meeting with our softball and baseball program where, our equipment has just skyrocketed. So I understand that there's a shift in prices that happens, but if we can be a little bit quicker on when we, do that, and if we can get those things moving, hopefully we can alleviate that a little bit.
I could just mention that we understand that, and that has been a gap that's happened a couple times, in that our Parks and Rec folks identified the projects, and I think we're trying their best to bid. You have to plan, get the specs, go out to bid, oversee the project, review the project, accept the project, make sure the bills are paid. Parks and Rec, that's not their core skill set nor their bandwidth. And so we struggle also because as our budget cuts are already hitting us, we've frozen positions, including, we had a director and a deputy director. We only have one of those positions with Tina filling it. So there's 40 extra hours a week that trying to juggle. So trying to also add these projects and get them to move through isn't sustainable. And without further revenue, we're never filling those again. So our survival option is to move these projects going forward to our Public Works Engineering group. They're used to doing the bidding, the review, the estimating, and all the process. So that's our plan going forward. Understanding they've downsized as well. And as we try to juggle the demands that they're going to have to do just as much or more as we used to do, finish the Tweedy Mile, work on all the other projects, and do these, can we get everything, I think, more timely? Yes, but will we hit all our marks? I think we're going to have to get used to doing less things and slower as we go forward with a lot less staff. But we will work to have Public Works be involved in the future to help with that. And then I would add, just on the commercial rehab, we talked about the residential rehab. So that's the homes getting new equipment and things, which the mayor had mentioned is a positive. On the commercial rehab, it's kind of disappointing. We had a lot of energy, worked with our staff to develop, I think, a very robust commercial rehab plan to help those businesses improve their look and their facade. Different than the past plans, where instead of a big, say, $100,000 amount given to one business, we're proposing spreading this money and hitting, say, going section by section down Tweedy to start, where a max of a $7,000 to $10,000 amount per business with a minimum 50% match, to make sure that the landlord is got skin in the game, and that we could spread this to help as many businesses as possible. And we have the plan all built, and we had the energy to do it. We had some staffing drops in our code enforcement, which made us put it on hold. And now that we've determined that we are going into budget cuts into the new year with 2 less code enforcement officers, they were going to be our main liaisons with the community members to both monitor which improvements would help meet the code issues of these businesses, help educate, help follow up. We're not going to have enough staff to support that program in the coming future. So I think that's a common theme we're going to have in the future, is a lot of hopes and dreams and not as many people that do those, which is going to have to reduce our expectations. With that, that's the end of my thoughts, unless there's any other questions.
No, but I do want to just touch on the fact that, I know there's a process that we have with any of our commissions that come in, that, they make decisions on a direction of how they see, a spending that, they want to use CBG funding, parks and recs, even in our planning commissions. But ultimately, the decision comes to council, and then us here in council have to debate and then make those decisions here amongst us. We have to make those decisions that we see that is for the benefit of the community and the benefit, for the masses as much as we can. And ultimately, as they say, the buck stops with us, right? So I understand that there's a need for communication, but I think our staff did an amazing job with being able to present that to our CAC department, our CAC commission, and provide them the information, let them see what the changes was going to be. And thank you for reporting back that they had no concerns on that. And then, we went through the process of the 30-day plus period, and now we're here today to make a decision on that. So what is the wishes of council?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would like to make a motion to approve with the following amendments. Allocating 100,000 to the small businesses, 100,000 to the commercial facade, and 800,000 for our streets. And then the remainder of those balances to our staff allocated them.
Do you have direction on what you're no longer wishing to fund?
Excuse me, I just want to make sure I heard it right. So 100 for commercial facade, 100 for small business, and what was the other?
800 for streets and sidewalks, I think. Right?
800,000, okay.
Yes. Where does that bring us?
What does that do with the rest of the plan that you have here? I mean,
That's the question. We'd have to reallocate
working
it.
on it, right?
If I may just
pull out-
clarify, so the amendment that was being proposed did program additional funds to the street project. So we were at $758,990.
So if we add 800,000, that gives us 1.7 million.
Oh, you want to add an additional?
Yes, because then it will give us 1.7 million that we can definitely
Okay, so
make an impact.
we're going to have to pull money then from the current activity allocation line because the amounts that we were proposing were less than 800,000 in changes. So now what we're looking at is additional changes. So the first column is where we're going to have to now start pulling additional funds in order to consider this amendment.
Can I also just chime in here I'm always glad to take additional funding for some of our roadway projects, $750,000 plus that were just highlighted as money that just came to Public Works. It's money that needs to be used timely within the next 2 or 3 months or so. So we're trying to jump through hoops to try to use that money. Allocating another 800,000 doesn't necessarily put us in a position to be able to use them. As you heard the city manager, we're short on resources to try to use another $800,000 for street monies. We'd have to go through an engineering process to get those streets ready. I'm not sure that I would be able to commit to be able to use those funds by the deadline of, May here? A couple of months away. So I just don't see us being able to jump through hoops. The reason we're able to spend the 750,000 plus is because we already had a street project that was underway. We're using that street project and funding that with that money, but I'm not sure how I would be able to spend the additional 800,000 within the next 3 months.
So we
or
don't have
less.
any other streets that are identified that need restructuring?
We have plenty of streets that need money for investment, but everything's a process, right? What I mean by that is when you start a street project, you have to start by identifying the streets. Then you have to bring on a consultant to design those streets. That takes months to do. Just the design alone, you then have to go out to bid, and then you then have to construct them, right? We've got all of 3 months. So to try to identify new streets, to try to design them or put together some construction documents to be able to bring them to council, award them on time and construct them. I just don't believe right now, as I sit here and listen to the conversation, I don't believe right now that I'd be able to commit to that. But We did just get $750,000 for streets from this very CDBG project that we're talking about.
So one of the streets I'm thinking of is basically streets that were done parallel to Firestone. And it's Truba, where you're driving and it's smooth just for that little patch, and then it's literally up and down.
Yeah, Truba is a very specific challenge in that have to design Truba, comply with ADA and everything, it's going to take us about 6 months just to design it. We have to spend the money within the next 3 months. So we don't have time to design it, to put it out to bid, and to construct it. It's all of kind of like Frontage Road. Frontage Road took us, after it was identified, almost a year to get through a whole process and get it constructed. So I appreciate the additional funding, but I just don't think that in 3 months, the public processes would allow us to get through everything that we need to get through to construct streets like that.
If I could just offer, I think we may have two timelines here. We have the immediate, this year need to have projects ready to go. And then we have an annual allocation that every year comes up with what's the priority. And perhaps direction could be given from, if there's a majority of council that would like an emphasis in, say, in next year's funding to be more on roads, less on specific projects, we'd have that ability to shift gears, bring that to the next CAC for next year's funding, understand what consensus there is to expand, maybe empty some of these future projects, shift things to streets. And that could be done for the next year's programming. Would that be fair to say? Whereas this year's allocation, there's limits to how fast we can pivot based on our public works director's thoughts.
And Art, just for clarification, the Truba project is on the list of streets that we're have already highlighted as a street that needs to be improved.
It is not. The city has a pavement management system that prioritizes street repairs over the next 5 years. In the area that the councilwoman is referring to, we've already done all of the streets.
It's just the middle part, right?
Right. Truba is not the street that was prioritized. There are other streets in the city that are prioritized over Truba. So if we had additional money, I would be recommending that we invest that in some of these other streets or what have you. So Truba is not part of the immediate future in a capital improvement program. Now, if the council wishes to prioritize that as a policy matter, we certainly welcome that. But right now, it's not part of our near-term reconstruction program.
I think what would be helpful is that if we can get at a future date, just a kind of explanation on how we determine that decision on what streets are prioritized and stuff.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So what other streets are available for this funding that are ready to go? You said we have other streets. Which streets could we apply this to?
We don't have other streets that are available and ready to go to be able to spend money in 3 months or what have you. We have a pavement management system that says we need over $80 million in funding to fix all our streets. So we have plenty of streets that could use money. The issue is not that we don't have streets that can use money. The issue is we can't do a design and reconstruction within just 3 months. That's a challenge. So I agree with the city manager. I think that I'm always pleased to accept money to fix our infrastructure. I just need a little more time to get there.
I think if it would be okay, could there be, if it's okay with the Councilwoman Avalos, could we schedule maybe an offsite meeting where the Councilwoman can meet with our Public Works Department and go through that process and see what streets are on that and maybe get a presentation that she can get from that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that
I'd
would be
welcome that.
beneficial. And then that way, and then I think we should all get also a report back from that as well.
So my question is, we're allocating 513 for this year's fiscal budget. Is that correct, Anna?
If, as presented, there would be $758,990
That need to be spent by when?
in 3 months.
The 700?
We're trying to spend as much of this, yes. That was in cooperation with Public Works. These funds are in a project that's already underway, moving forward. So we're increasing the original amount of from 513,000 to 758,000.
Okay. We don't have sidewalks, so we can allocate that additional funding that we've already identified, Arturo?
We've got over, a need of over $20 million to fix our sidewalks throughout the city, but it's the same thing, right? Everything's a process. We need to start by bringing on a designer, packaging, identifying them, doing the survey, planning for them, putting them out to bid. It just takes a really long time to get through those processes.
A question would just be, there is a proposal here. I think step one is, are there projects that are unacceptable that shouldn't be spent? Because say if they're all recommended, there isn't any other funds to allocate. If there's some that don't seem good, we can look at how much of those would be available. Can we program them somewhere? But in the area of sidewalks and streets for this by May group, we can't achieve it. But for next year's allocation, we have a lot of opportunity to work there.
That's correct.
Right, because as of right now, there's a request by Councilwoman Avalos to reallocate $1 million. So where do we pull $1 million from, Councilwoman Avalos?
Well,
The 2.2 million.
well, why don't we go, since we can't do the sidewalk, can't we just do the other two, the 200,000, figure that out? And then maybe, because the Trupa is I think it's an important street. It's a main thoroughfare, and you did all the streets around there on the west side, and you made those improvements, but that street was left out, and I brought it up before. And so,
Possibly we could bring the street
Yeah.
idea back as a future item. We could talk, maybe have a presentation of how we determine there's a whole process of the road wear and tear, because there's always, everyone in their neighborhood has that street, but there are like 50 neighborhoods that have various conditions. So there is a method to the madness that we could explain, list the next level of priority that we have in the list, have a discussion about it. I think all of that will not be something we can incorporate into any of the CDBG funding for this year. We could bring that back at a
Right.
later date
But
and have that dialogue. But we're hopeful to get some direction due to the immediacy of the clock ticking for May. The current projects that are being recommended, we believe we can finish in that time. Anything else we stop and try to add, we have to be mindful that, can we do it by May for this year's funding? That's the key.
well, the other two projects you said for the 100,000 is that something you could do by?
Like I mentioned that small business program, the limitations. I mean,
Okay.
we can, but how do we figure out who gets it, who's eligible, then going door to door?
And the
What staff do that? The restrictions, the administration costs. Again, with more time, we could put more effort into that. Can we get it all done by May? I would say in the middle of the budget cuts and the labor changes we're making, I don't see us having staffing to take on a new project right now.
I understand more time. More time would have been nice. But this was allocations that were done from the beginning of last year, which was July. And we never got to it. So if that's the case, then I would like to allocate 150 for the small business, and just reduce the amount to 75,000 over to the neighborhood revitalization grant program. That would be my motion.
Would that work, Anna?
You can do that for sure. But the amount that we were requesting for the neighborhood revitalization grant program was to get through the applications that are currently in the queue. So moving 75 would mean probably eliminating.
No. It would be adding 75 to it.
I know, I need to know from
the
where.
Demolition and clearance.
Oh, okay. So the plan would be not to have the demolition and clearance project.
Correct.
Okay. So the request is to take funds from the demolition and clearance to add 75,000 to the neighborhood revitalization grant and
150 to the small.
150 to the small business. That's the request.
Yes.
How does that look? I mean,
Well, the attempt to move forward on the townhomes on Long Beach, clean up the neighborhood, get that project available so it could be built, is dependent on the full 225 to remove the building. That eyesore will stay. There's no other funding source other than general fund, which, as we mentioned with our budget cuts, there is no other source. That we believe we could get done in time. Again, creating an entire business program and following all the rules and regulations, the getting someone on board to administrate it, going door to door, figuring out the criteria, asking everyone for their financial data, reviewing that data, then figuring out the allocation of the grants within 3 months. I don't see how, unless Anna's got a magic wand that I don't own, I worry that that's not achievable, and then we'll get to the point where the money lapses. That's a concern I have.
City Manager, if I may, I also think that long-term, I do think that the building out of 14 properties will be beneficial to the city for that additional property tax revenue. So I think, this is not something that we'll see in 6 months or a year, but looking ahead and planning ahead is really important. Investing in the city is important. Having 14 properties worth at least $500,000 each, probably more, will contribute to our property tax base.
Ana, do you have the staff to be able to run the small business program with one employee? And what would that cost?
Yes, our team implements a number of small business programs for cities. We need to develop the guidelines. They would need to get approved by this council. So we'd have to come back for approval. And so that's going to take probably a couple months, a month. And then implementing the program, we need to know how much money you want to give to each business and what's the criteria for selecting them. So when it comes to staff being able to implement it, my team, yes, we can implement it. When it comes to, considering this maybe during the next action plan, that would, for me, make more sense because I'm really trying to spend the money. I can tell you the conversations that we've had with the HUD rep, who's been very helpful to, the director, to Carol, the housing manager. He's also speaking on our behalf to the director, and the director of HUD is, obviously taking marching orders from the Federation. It's just very difficult times for cities that haven't used all their funds for various reasons. We are I've never experienced a threat of losing future funding until now.
Yeah. Mayor, I think that it's good discussion. I appreciate Councilwoman Avalos' comments and trying to make some changes here, but I think it's a question of compliance and timely issues. So I'm going to go ahead and move that we adopt the recommendation actions A, B, and C.
I'll second that.
Move forward.
So Arturo, do we need a design plan for demolition?
It depends what we're demolishing, but in many cases we do. Demolition, for
Do we have a
example,
design for the demolishment of that land?
I'm not familiar with the project. What is the demolishment of?
An existing structure and then
There's,
taking out the soil.
and what is the structure?
Maybe Director Gabriel.
It's about a 200 square foot building. That's
Yeah.
the base.
There's a documentation process that we have to go through, which starts with bringing on a consultant to help us create that package. Now, is it a design kind of package? Yes, it's called a demolition package. It's a set of documents that we use to then be able to put out to bid. So it just takes time to get there. It's just 3 months is not a lot of time to accomplish very much in a public sector setting, unfortunately.
So then that project can go forward.
I think we're anticipating that we're going to do our best to make that go forward. We have as much chance to get that one done, more chance, I think, than these other programs that haven't even started that need to come back for review. I think, Gabe, there has been review and some process to look at the steps for that demolition.
Yeah, Carol's been looking into it. I know they have a draft RFP that has been prepared for this as well. Just the other thing I would just recommend going forward with this, just my recommendation is there are ongoing obligations for us to be able to secure and clean these properties that we have. And these are funds that we are realizing each year we don't have enough in our general fund to keep that going. And so the more we can't sell this property or position the property, we're going to still have ongoing expenses. So it's just another reason to consider moving forward on this. I don't know how else it will be demolished. We'd have to find some other grant funds to be able to do that. But I think doing it sooner than later would be the best.
We have a first and a second.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilwoman Avalos,
No.
Vice Mayor Rios,
Yes.
Mayor Barron.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, item number 3. Thank you for your presentation.
Following the conclusion of the public hearing, the City Council will consider a finding that in accordance with CEQA, this project qualifies for a categorical exemption under CEQA guidelines, Section 15303, Class 3. No construction or conversion of small structures, and is hereby exempt from CEQA, and the subject property will continue to be used as a parking lot for a new drive-through restaurant. B, adopting a resolution included as attachment 1, approving GPA number 25-1, -01 for a property at 8915 Vossler Avenue, and C, adopting ordinance included as attachment 2, approving Z as in zebra, C as in cat, number 25-01 for a property at 8915 Vossler Avenue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Making a presentation would be Department Director Gabe Perez.
Thank you, Mayor. Our planning manager, John Signo, will be giving this presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. John Signo, Planning Manager. The item before you tonight is a property over at 8915 Vossler Avenue. It's for a zone change and general plan. It's in association with a property over at 4816 and 4820 Firestone Boulevard. This item went before the Planning Commission on January 20th, 2026. At that meeting, the Planning Commission approved the site plan design review for development of a site that's greater than 15,000 square feet, where 2 or more parcels are proposed to be consolidated for development. There was a proposed 1,700 square foot drive-through restaurant building. Planning Commission also approved a conditional use permit for that drive-through restaurant pursuant to the Southgate Municipal Code. Also, the Planning Commission recommended approval to the City Council of the zone change before you tonight, zone case number 25-01, changing the property at 8915 Vossler Avenue from a zoning designation of NL, neighborhood low, to UN, urban neighborhood, and also a recommendation that the general plan amendment or the general plan be amended from medium density residential to commercial for the property at 8915 Vossler Avenue. The entire site, including the restaurant properties on Firestone Boulevard, are approximately 18,274 square feet or 0.42 acres. The property owner, David Germezian, is here. The agent representative is Pedram Shakati. The zone change and general plan amendment, which affects the property at 8915 Vossler Avenue, is about 7,700 square feet roughly, or 0.18 acres. The map before you here shows the location of the property. The 2 properties on Firestone Boulevard at 4816 and 4820, those are the locations of the proposed drive-through restaurant. The subject property before you tonight is a property to the south on Vossler Avenue at 8915 Vossler Avenue. This shows the zoning map, the current zoning map of the subject property. The properties along Firestone Boulevard are zoned similar. They're zoned UN, urban neighborhood. The subject property at 8915 is zoned for residential. And you can see on this map, properties to the north of the entire site, shown there in red. You have the Azalea Shopping Center across the street on Firestone Boulevard. You have commercial uses along Firestone Boulevard and on the south side of Firestone to the east and west of the subject property. And to the south of the property, you have residential uses. This shows the proposed zone change from NL, neighborhood low, to UN, urban neighborhood, for the property there at 8915 Vossler Avenue. There's also a change to the corridor transition overlay, which is proposed to be removed from that corridor transition overlay, as shown on the bottom left of that photo. So again, this is existing. What's shown there, the subject property there at 8915 is currently residential. And the bottom left there shows the subject property in the blue, which is designated for the corridor transition overlay. And the proposal is to change the property from NL to UN, which is shown there in the yellow on the larger map. And on the bottom left, it's showing as being taken out of the transition overlay. Similarly, the applicant is proposing to change the general plan land use designation from residential to commercial. The subject property is shown there in the red at 8915 Vossler Avenue. It's currently used as a parking lot and has been used for a parking lot for the restaurants to the north. And the proposal is to change that from medium density residential to green commercial to match the properties to the north along Firestone Boulevard. It's important to note that when changing the property from medium density residential to commercial, there is no loss of housing opportunity because the UN zone does allow for residential development. And so in terms of housing and our regional housing numbers, there is no loss because there's actually a potential to build more units in the future with housing. The project that was considered by the Planning Commission after a meeting was for the 3 properties there, the 2 on Firestone Boulevard and the 1 on Vossler Avenue. It was for a quick service restaurant. They're looking to demolish the existing building on the site, which is roughly 3,600 square feet, and construct a new 1,700 square foot restaurant building with a drive-through lane, a walk-up window, indoor dining. Actually, indoor dining was not provided initially, but at the meeting, they had changed that to make it flexible because it is a speculative restaurant building and they currently don't have a tenant. But I believe the applicant can discuss more about that if you like. The proposed project also included a 220 square foot covered patio for outdoor seating. There was a drive-through lane that included space there for 10 cars. It was a total of 170 linear feet. In total, there's a total of 14 parking spaces. 11 of those are on the southern lot at 8915 Vossler Avenue. And that lot included 1 ADA, or Americans with Disabilities Act, parking space, and 1 electric vehicle charging station. There were also 3 parking spaces available on the property at 4816 Firestone Boulevard. The southern lot also included a trash enclosure for waste recycling and compost. There's also an existing pylon sign along the front on Firestone Boulevard, proposed to be refaced, and landscaping and other improvements throughout the site. So these are just some photos of the subject site as it is now. The top 2 photos are looking from Firestone Boulevard towards the subject property, the project site. That yellow building that you see there is proposed to be demolished. And on the bottom photos, the bottom left shows the property looking westward. There's an alley that cuts across the property. That's seen from Vossler Avenue. The parking lot there on the left side of that alley is the subject of the item tonight. That's the property where it's being proposed to be changed from residential to commercial. The photo on the bottom right shows the parking lot on the north side along Firestone Boulevard, and that's taken from the alley looking north. Across Firestone Boulevard, you have the Azalea Shopping Center. This is the proposed site plan that the Planning Commission considered. You have the 1,700 square foot building being proposed there at Vossler Avenue and Firestone, the southwest corner. And there's a proposed drive-through that wraps around in the U shape, going from the alley and exiting out to the alley. There's also driveway access coming from Firestone Boulevard on the west side. And the study of property is shown there in the on the left-hand side to the south of that alley. North is actually looking towards the right. But the parking lot space, it's currently a parking lot. The applicant is looking to improve that with some landscaping and trash enclosures. So it's still going to be used as a parking lot for the proposed development, the restaurant building. These are some elevations showing what the restaurant building can look like, and these are really speculative. It really depends on the tenant that the applicant puts in there. Again, it is a speculative building. They currently do not have a tenant, but they are looking to get a tenant here, and depending on who they get, these plans are likely to change. Some additional perspectives of what that building will look like with the canopy at the very front along Firestone Boulevard. And this is a perspective looking from above Vossler Avenue towards the west, towards the site. You can see the U-shaped drive-through going around the building and connecting to the alley. The parking lot is located right there off of Vossler on the left side of that alley. Another perspective of the proposed restaurant. And again, this is subject to change once they do get a tenant. This is from Firestone Boulevard, looking towards a proposed building. And another rendering from the corner of Firestone and Vossler, looking towards that building. Along with the proposed plans, the applicant is proposing various landscapes, some trees and shrubs along the perimeter and the parking lot areas, and that was considered by the Planning Commission. But the item before you tonight is the zone change and the general plan amendment. Again, the Planning Commission was a recommending body to the City Council. The City Council has the ultimate decision on the zone change and general plan amendment. The applicant is proposing to change that zone from NL to UN for the property there at 8915 Vossler Avenue. They're also looking to remove the corridor transition overlay in there. The general plan amendment similarly is proposed to be changed from medium density residential to commercial. There are conditions included to link the parking lot on Vossler Avenue to the restaurant lots to the north. And again, the UN zoning designation does permit residential development of up to 40 dwelling units per acre. So there is no potential loss of housing in there. It actually increases the potential. In terms of the environmental analysis, the project is categorically exempt under Class 3 of the California Environmental Quality Act, and that it's a new construction or conversion of a small structure. And with that, staff's recommendation is that the City Council consider the finding that in accordance with CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, that this project qualifies for a categorical exemption under the CEQA guidelines, section 15303, Class 3. It's a new construction of conversion of small structures, and is thereby exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. It's proposed, the subject property is proposed to be, it's currently used as a parking lot and it will continue to be used as a parking lot for the drive-through restaurant. Recommendations also that the City Council consider adoption of the resolution included as attachment 1 to the agenda bill, approving the general plan amendment number 25-01 for the property at 8915 Vossler Avenue, and that the City Council waive further reading and introduce an ordinance for first reading included in attachment 2 regarding the zone change number 25-01 for the property at 8915 Vossler Avenue. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and open it up to any member here in the audience.
I just mentioned to our that property owner and developer, David is available for, it could be after the audience or at some point.
Yeah.
He'd probably like to say a couple words.
Yeah, let's see if there's any questions first. That way we can handle all the questions first. Any questions from the audience? No? Any questions from the emails? We'll
We had
close public comments.
We had no
Questions?
emails, Mr. Mayor.
No emails? Owner David, go ahead.
Good evening, council, mayor, staff. I've owned this property for about 7 years now. Always been a restaurant in the front. The parking lot has always been used to satisfy the patrons visiting the restaurant. Not changing any of that. I'm still using it as a parking to support the development facing Firestone. We've put a lot of thought into this as to the design and what we can do there. So we think this is probably the best layout or project for the site.
Thank you. Bring it back here to council. Councilwoman Alvarez?
Yes, thank you for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
For this item. My question is, if this were to be approved, how soon will the construction be? Because you said you've owned it for 7 years. Well, it's been vacant for 7 years. You know, there's hasn't been any restaurants there since.
Great question.
Yeah.
Great question. So we have had interested parties in the past. Unfortunately, the previous staff did not understand or comprehend what I was trying to do and did not understand the city's overlay zone that it's in your books to support the project if you're building something on Firestone. I've lost tenants because of that. The new staff has been wonderful. They've been very supportive. They've been providing the information that I need for me to be able to do what I'm trying to do. I am in talks with tenants right now as we speak. As a matter of fact, we had a Zoom call with one of the potential tenants with staff last night as well. So with this, I'm hoping within the next 12 months, you will see a project there.
Thank you. No further questions.
And my hat is off to the staff. They've done a great job. And
Thank
the
you.
council members and mayor should know that.
Thank you.
City Treasurer, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just had more of a comment or a concern, and maybe the staff could clarify that. But, you know, the Planning Commission imposed a condition requiring the lot at 8915 Vossler to be linked onto the restaurant parcel to prevent it from being sold separately. This condition is unusual because it effectively admits the parcel cannot function independently under the new zoning. You know, this type of restriction might serve as evidence the zoning change is project specific rather than policy driven by the city removing a residential transition buffer and rezoning a single parcel specifically to accommodate a drive-through restaurant project. My concern is that this proposal has the characteristics of spot zoning. And, you know, if the parking lot is going to remain a parking lot, why do we need to rezone it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David, for coming here and being part of the community. And I guess this change, zoning change, is supposed to help, right? Assist in getting a tenant. Is that? But I'm kind of wondering what we had a CEQA guideline there. What was it? Why was it in place? I mean, to protect what the community. I want to have some understanding of why, and we're going to change the zoning. But why was the code the way it was? There must be a reason behind it. First, to understand that, and then I guess the parking lot. You know, it's a busy area, Firestone, right across the street. It's one of our busiest areas in our community. So it's in a good place to be look. I think part of it might be because parking not in the front now, because you can't park in front at certain times. And then I noticed the parking lot in the back is not a lot of parking spaces, right? I mean, I don't know how many you're gonna get out of there. How many you anticipate getting in the parking lot? Just curious, because it doesn't, from the
With the new
images,
project,
how many parking spaces will the place have?
11 with the new
11?
project.
Okay.
On the back parking lot.
Just only that, but there's side parking in different places,
Yes.
right?
Yes,
Okay,
there is.
okay. So yeah, we need the businesses, that's for sure. So why the change to, so I could understand graphs? I'm not a planning guy, so help me understand.
Sorry, Vice Mayor, are you talking about why the applicant couldn't do the project previously?
Well,
If I
like
could,
you said,
I think I'm interpreting the back property where the parking lot is has been used for years as parking for the business, but it was zoned in this corridor zoning, which has the specific title of residential. So you're wondering why it had that, and then what was there a reason for that? That wouldn't be a David question. That would be more of a Gabe or John question on the zoning. But do you know that corridor? It's written in the code, but as was mentioned, I think there was some struggle earlier to understand the detail that it is to be complementary of the fact that it's on the fringe of commercial and residential, and there is the ability when it's combined with a commercial business that it has the ability to be rezoned. It just has to come to council for approval in order to support the business. And that's the flexibility of that corridor zone, but I can defer to Gabe if he's got anything to add to that.
John can speak to this.
Yeah, and I would agree with the city manager. The property has been, according to aerials, it's been used for a parking lot for decades. And the reason why we're moving forward with the general plan amendment and zone change now is because there is a project before you that gives us the opportunity to change that zone to make it correct. So even though it's been used as a parking lot before, it's been zoned residential, and that really isn't the proper zoning for this now. Since we do have a project, it does make it right. It also, because it's being used as a parking lot, we want to make it sure that it's been linked together with restaurant properties. Because without that, if they decided to maybe sell it to a different user in the future, and that different user decides to sell off the parking lot to somebody else, then the restaurant loses really, the majority of its parking spaces on there. So we want to make sure that they keep that parking space in perpetuity.
Okay, that helps. Okay, I think, well, then, yeah, it seems like I'm glad you want to make an investment in our community, because we certainly need more restaurants, sit down and drive through. So, okay, good luck with that. Yeah.
And John and also Gabe, I think there's only two corridors that have that specific zoning, which would be our Tweedy and our Firestone zoning, right? Because those are our only two corridors that would have that kind of characteristic where they could be residential or commercial up in front. And if I remember correctly, there was a time where there was a talk on potentially putting housing right up on Firestone and being able to have that possibility being available is why that zoning was made. Same thing why we did that on Tweedy Boulevard, because there's a possibility that we may consider one day mixed use housing projects where we're going to need to be able to have that mixed use for that zoning for the parking lots in the back as well. So just to elaborate a little bit on the zoning for those areas there, those are the only two areas where we have that.
Yeah, I guess, Mr. Mayor, the question specifically, whether it's a yes or no or otherwise, are we spot zoning?
I wouldn't consider it spot zoning because the properties adjacent there along Firestone are zoned UN, they're zoned commercial. So this is right next to it. It's also, it's sort of part of that group, and it's a parking lot being used for the commercial uses to the north. So I see it as being consistent with the zoning.
Thank you.
Besides that, the building looks great. The project looks fantastic. And, we do need more activity on Firestone. We need the revenues. So, all things to improve our community. It looks good.
So we don't anticipate any adverse effects, right? I mean, that you can think about.
No, CEQA has a list of categorical exemptions there that we can choose from. And if a project falls under one of those categorical exemptions, we can use that to basically exempt it from the CEQA requirements.
And it's not going to block Firestone because I know it's a thoroughway, right? At certain times, right? So there's going to be like drive-through. There won't be any cars there, right?
Yeah, you'll notice the design, if we had the photo, that was a requirement because there was earlier drive-throughs approved that the way the queuing, it was coming off Firestone. You'll see here it's the exact opposite.
Oh,
So
okay.
you
Yeah.
come off
coming from
Firestone,
Vossler.
down Vossler, queue off Vossler, and then you exit not even on Firestone back onto the alley. So that's purposely designed for that same, to avoid that issue that you're speaking to.
And the drive-through is can hold up to 10 cars.
I believe that's the number. Yes.
Yeah, so I would just say, I really anticipate that it's going to be a great location for any business. I think that Firestone is especially that location and that area is going to be a really a great place for businesses to just boom. I think once our train rail comes in as well, our gateway line comes in, it's going to be just a place where a lot of businesses are going to be able to develop there. So hopefully, we can, get this moving, and then hopefully you can get a tenant in there quickly. As you hear, we definitely need the revenue. We definitely need something that is popping, and our residents are asking for something that is new and different. So if you can, deliver on that, we would really appreciate it.
So Mayor, I'll make the motion to move on A and B to the proposed plan.
I'll second. It's A, B, and C. I'm sorry. Right? There's three, A, B, and C. So is it A, B, and C?
No, it's just AB.
As is recommended actions is A, B, and C.
What is C?
Huh?
What is C? I only see AB.
Adopting ordinance number 2026, including as attachment number 2, approving zoning
Oh.
C. It's on the next page.
Yes.
We have a first and a second.
So is it A, B, and C? Yes, first and second.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you and welcome to Southgate,
Thank
even though you've been here.
Take a 5-minute break.
Yeah. Well,
Just 5 minutes.
yeah. Yeah, we can give our interpreter a little bit of a break. We're going to just take a quick 5-minute break for our interpreter. Thank you. Thank you for having that little bit of a break. All right, we're going to go ahead and start the public comments on non-agenda items. I'd like to go ahead and open it up for public comments for non-agenda items. If you have a public comment, go ahead.
Oh, finally, here we go. All right. Hello, Southgate City Council. My name is Pablo Cifuentes, and I've been a volunteer coach for the JA for multiple years. I'm not here to speak on the 4-1 vote, although it'd be nice to let the people vote. And the ironic thing about letting the people vote is that with the JAA board, I haven't been given any answers to questions that I've asked JAA President Cindy and Vice President Carlo or Field Coordinator Alma. I've asked multiple times who can nominate me, how many nominations do I need, what can I run for, who can vote in JAA elections, where are the results for the last JAA election. I find it very silly that Carlo, JAA Vice President, tried to get me to instruct my travel ball parents to complain against Pilar Avalos over here for the 4-1 vote. But I reminded Carlos that these issues with the fields have been going on for years. So this is before this 4-1 stuff. I was told by Carlo and James Markell from Parks and Rec that my best bet to get practice fields is to be associated with the JA because JA is offered fields first. But my JA parents and I see that this is not true because when my practice lights were turned off last Tuesday, a week ago, there were 2 other programs actively training. I've spoken very highly of Southgate Park to my family and friends and have always recommended it. And I know this pity issues will get resolved soon. James Markell called me a few days back to start off the conversation by asking me how I was and hearing my side of the story with the lights being turned off and all. So I told him, and his response was right off the bat, "You're a liar for saying that I allowed you to be on the field." So I don't blame him due to Carlos' mistake with not putting in the request. And wouldn't be surprised if someone like Carlo, who usually has his power trip, says that he purposely didn't put in the request for fields because if he wasn't planning on putting the request, he should have notified me, which he didn't. As a coach who enjoys practicing with our JAA kids, I was in constant communication with the park staff. So I'm running out of time. But anyways, I was kind of a little annoyed by our vice mayor here. I asked him how many fields at Southgate Park. He didn't know the answer to that. But anyways, I'm gonna have 4 games, 2 on Friday and 2 on Saturday with my Southgate JAA kids. Unfortunately, it's not gonna be at Southgate Park because we can't. We're always told no. It's not like the park has 10 fields, and I'm practicing at a park that has. I'm having games at a park that has 1 field, and they're hosting us. So, where's the irony in that? There's a lot of irony in that, Josh.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, man. We have 10 fields, so let's act like we have 10 fields.
Thank you.
No, thank you, man. Hey, there's 10 fields. Okay, just FYI, you're the vice mayor, kid. Come on, get it together.
Good evening, Mayor Barone and Council. I'm Amy Liu. I'm the manager at Leland R. Weaver Library on Tweedy Boulevard. And after over a year, I am very happy to announce that we are finally reopening. We have an event on Friday, March 20th at 3 p.m. We'll have a celebration, a short ceremony at the beginning, and a ton of performers, activities for the whole family, all ages. We're hoping that the community, council, and staff are all able to come and enjoy the very exciting new Tweedy Library. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilwoman, and staff. I was going to speak on a few other different things originally, but I'm just going to stick to what I'm here for initially. We had our first Rotary Youth Summit Festival, which we were trying to empower our young people in avenues to become solid citizens and to be able to have a pathway for higher education. I spoke to Mr. Houston briefly, Mayor briefly, about trying to get some resources from the city Human Resource Department in order to give information for our young people who wanted to maybe have a career in the city, whether it's in public works, parks, or whatever the case may be, so that they have an idea as they grow older to be able to have that educational path for that. So I'm here today on behalf of the Southgate Rotary, and I'm the current president, Henry Gonzalez, and I wanted to recognize the city of Southgate. I wanted to recognize Mayor Barone for taking his Sunday afternoon, which unfortunately I kind of dropped the ball on that, it being Super Bowl Sunday. So that had a little bit of interference on the attendance, but we're going to learn from that. Next year, we're just going to be a little bit stronger on that. I also wanted to recognize Detective Lopez with the Police Explorers, but I understand that she's not available. So like Arnold Schwarzenegger says, I'll be back. And so I'll be able to bring one for her to recognize her. I'd like to see if they could have the explorers that were there. We also want to recognize them for community service hours if they're still in high school. Some may be already out of high school, but it's important. You know, we had the Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts. We wanted to get solid base for a lot of our young people moving forward. So this proclamation, it's actually a certificate of appreciation for the inaugural Youth Summit Festival in appreciation of your active participation in our first Youth Summit Festival, dedicated to empowering our young people through guidance, mentorship, and resources for a brighter future. And that's one for the city of Southgate. I don't know if they want to put it in the Human Resources hallway. And then the other one is for the mayor so that he can have that for his office. So if I can just give these two to everybody. I also want to recognize Councilwoman Avalos as a Rotarian, our city clerk as a Rotarian, and I'm soliciting Mr. Rios as a future. And I have Luis Torres, who's getting initiated tomorrow as Rotarian. So I'm opening the door for any Rotarians that want to become one of us. I've solicited the chief, but he tells me he's a Kiwanian, and so I'm still working on that. So again, thank you for your time.
Yeah, I fractured this side of the toe.
Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Alejandrina.
Tomarle si le da pausa para que
Sí.
pueda hacer la translation.
Yo vengo a representar mi pequeño negocio. Ujú. Sí, buenas noches. Querida audiencia y público en general, ya casi todos se fueron los que vinieron, pero aquí estoy para representar a mi pequeño negocio.
She's here to represent her small business. Oh, ¿cuál es su nombre?
Alejandrina Amezcua.
Alejandrina Mezcua.
Sí. Yo tengo un negocio y llegan unas vecinas y me dicen que no sabes que van a sacar una nueva ley.
She says that she has people that come into her business and tell her that there's a new law that's going to take place.
Ajá. Le digo, ¿de qué? Dice de un 7% que quieren aumentarnos en los biles. Le digo, ¿cómo puede ser posible si el negocio no da para más? Es muy pequeño mi negocio. Yo no estoy totalmente de acuerdo en eso.
She's saying about the 7% increase, that her business is very small and that she's not in accord with the increase.
En la actual proposición del concejal, ya que estamos pasando tiempos muy difíciles.
Because the proposition from the council members that we're already going through difficult times right now.
Debido a esta crisis que se deriva varios problemas actuales
Because of this crisis, there's already many problems going on right now.
de migración,
Immigration,
redadas, inseguridad nacional y sentimientos antimigrantes.
national security and anti-immigrant rhetoric.
Al contrario, les pido por favor que alisten nuevos apoyos para nosotros los pequeños negocios, contribuyendo
She's asking for you to support the small businesses
que tan afectados económicamente estemos en este tiempo.
that are affected economically during these times.
Porque la verdad, mi negocio tenía antes como 8 trabajadores, ahorita nada más tengo 2.
That her business used to have 8 workers and she currently only has 2.
Mi familia y yo somos los que estamos saliendo adelante en el negocio.
Her family and herself are the ones that are working the business.
Mi marido está enfermo de que él es asmático y él se pone a cocinar y yo también. ¿Por qué? Porque ya no tenemos recursos para seguir pagándole a los trabajadores.
That her husband is sick with asthma and that they're the ones that have to cook because they cannot afford to have workers.
Gracias le doy a Pilar Ábalos, que ella está apoyando los pequeños negocios,
She thanks Councilwoman Avalos for
que en verdad sí lo necesitamos muy urgentemente.
that she agrees with her support.
Porque aparte de todo, hay mucho taquero en la calle que ellos no pagan nada de los biles que se deben de pagar aquí en la ciudad.
That there's a lot of vendors on the streets that don't pay the bills or the permits.
Ya hasta ahora pusieron una nueva ley que puedes vender comida en tu casa. Yo le digo a mis hijas, pues vamos a ver qué hacemos. Si hay ayuda, bueno, seguimos. Si no, le vamos a echar poquitas ganas. Si no, cerramos y vendemos de la casa.
That she's saying that there's a new law that people are allowed to sell out of their houses. So she was telling her daughters that if they just close their business and sell out of their house.
Y como yo, están muchas personas, pero todas esas personas nomás andan de chismosas, hablando en la calle, pero no se animan a venir a hablar.
That there's a lot of other business owners like her, however, they don't come and speak here, that they're just, gossiping out on the street.
Espero para la otra junta ya ahora sí se animen a venir porque nuestra voz es nuestro derecho, pues, a estar hablando para que sí nos ayuden, por favor, que sí lo necesitamos.
That she hopes that in the next meeting, more business owners will come to voice their opinions, that they need the support.
Gracias.
Alejandra, ¿qué es su negocio?
Una taquería,
¿Cuál el nombre?
Taquería Tepeque.
Gracias.
Ujú.
Un Tweety.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias. En la Tweety, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Gracias.
Hello. Pichardo, San Gabriel. I would like to bring your attention back to June 2025 council meeting. At that time, I stated Councilmember Hurtado used profanity, calling Councilmember Avalos, a pinche mentirosa. When I previously raised this issue, he called me a liar and swore he never used such language. However, the last council meeting, he used profanity on the dais. and consistently proves my initial claim was accurate and reveals his true character. Furthermore, I find it inconsistent for the mayor to suggest citizens to cut back on Starbucks or lunch and make arrangements to pay the utility tax. Yet warrants show council meeting dinners totaling 600 just for 6 meetings. It is difficult to accept advice on a personal budgeting from the mayor while the council spends that much dinner for only a few council meetings. Finally, I want to thank Gabriel for clarifying the proper code regarding our utility trailer on our property. I look forward to receiving your email and still waiting a response from the city manager, Rob Houston, for my email. Now that this is established, I want to address the accusations that I asked Mayor Barone for a favor or special treatment. I would like to ask the council members directly, have I ever asked any of you for a favor or special treatment? Councilmember Hurtado has already confirmed that I haven't. If the rest of you agree that I have never sought special treatment, it makes no sense that I would suddenly start asking Mayor Barone. Therefore, I asked Mayor Barone to speak the truth. Did I, in fact, ever ask you for a favor or special treatment? I'll be waiting for the answer. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Francisco Gallegos. I live on Otis Street. I've lived in Southgate for 50 years. And I want to first address, as I was sitting here on the fact that one of our council members was trying to spend federal money on our much needed sidewalk repairs. I walk every day, so I see the need for the repairs on our streets. So do a lot of elderly residents. It angers me to know that there's federal money that we're now scrambling to use for these repairs, and we probably won't be able to. And my question is like, why are we even scrambling? Where was this money? Why wasn't somebody looking into this early so that we can use it? It looks like now we may use it in the right place, maybe not, but who knows? Anyway, I know I can't do anything about that, but the other issues I have are we still have public safety in our streets. I know we have a new chief of police, but we still don't have enough police officers. If you guys haven't noticed, our streets have become a pick your parts thing, where people come in at night and they take whatever part they want from your car, whether it be a catalytic converter, 2 tires, they're taking 2 tires or whatever they need. They come in and free as can be. Residents have to spend money to put up fences so that we can put our cars in there because it's not safe to leave your car. I've personally had my car vandalized or parts stolen from it several times. Police officers, their answer is, well, you can't do anything to the thieves if you catch them. So your best bet is to put your cars, spend money out of your money that we don't have, so that we can have cars, so you can go to work the next day. And I think that's ridiculous. I think that we need a city this size needs an adequate amount of patrolling police officers. I've been here for 50 years. I know how that looks like. I know what a safe city feels like. This doesn't feel like that. To the point where me and my wife, we're the last, our kids are grown, and now we're thinking the house that we bought here and made a life here, like we're thinking we may need to leave because things are not changing the right way. This is not becoming, every year is something. When I bring up simple issues like illegal fireworks, why are we not making all fireworks illegal if we don't even have the police force to police that? Instead, we find stash houses with 35 or 25 tons of fireworks. You guys are waiting for a whole city block to be blown to bits so that you guys can say our hearts and prayers are with our residents, when you can do something about it.
Thank you, sir.
Jimmy Ozeda, Southgate residents, good evening. Proud resident of Southgate, born and raised in the city, lived here for about 40 years. I come with you tonight not with anger, but with deep concern for something that should matter to every single person in here in this chamber: decency and decorum. What this community witnessed at the February 24th council meeting was deeply troubling. We had Councilmember Davila publicly shamed Pilar Avalos before the entire public. That alone speaks volumes. But then we had Councilmember Hurtado take it a step further, attacking Councilmember Avalos' sister and targeting me and other residents. He then proceeded to use profanity, which was caught on the mic. Was he directing the profanity to the city attorney, fellow council members, residents? That's unacceptable. Residents simply showed up to participate in their local government. And we were met with that nonsense. Let that sink in. When elected officials resort to going after residents and their families because they disagree with them, it tells you everything you need to know about who they are at their core. It's not leadership, it's intimidation. And it has no place in this chamber. And then there's a matter of Mayor Barone questioning my credibility at the same council meeting, suggesting I'm somehow not from Southgate. Mayor Barone, we attended the same elementary, Stanford Elementary, Southgate Middle School, Southgate High School. Your brother was my assistant baseball coach. You know where I come from. But here's the thing, it shouldn't matter whether someone was born or raised in Southgate, whether they immigrated here or built a life, or whether they chose to move to raise their children here. Every resident in Southgate deserves respect. Every voice deserves to be heard without having their identity questioned or their feedback discredited. I'm proud of our immigrant community. I'm proud of every family that chose to live in Southgate. That diversity is our strength as a city, not a weapon to be used against our people when they are civically engaged. You were elected by people sitting here in these seats in this community. That means you answer to them. Their feedback is not a threat, it's a gift. It's an opportunity to do better, serve the city the way they deserve to be served. When residents show up to engage in their local government, the response should be gratitude, not retaliation. Decency and decorum is not optional. They're the foundation of public service. The chamber should be a place where every resident feels safe to speak, safe to engage, safe to hold their elected officials accountable. When that standard is broken, it erodes the trust that this entire body depends on. I urge every one of you to recommit to that standard, not just in how you treat residents, but how you treat one another. This community is watching, and it deserves a city council that leads with dignity and respect. Thank you.
Hello, Victoria Schroyer. I wasn't going to speak, but I do want to bring something to Ms. Avalos. I just want to direct it to you. The past couple of meetings I've been here, and I really just come to listen. But I just feel every time, like tonight, the city works hard. They're putting on their displays, about the budget and everything. And it just seems like the past couple of meetings, you just throw a wrench in everything. You come out here and ask these questions and put them on the spot. And I just think, I don't know if you get the agendas before these meetings and that you can ask them these questions. I don't want to, you just try to make them look dumb, I think, when you call them out and, well, what about this? And what about this? And if they don't have the answer, I think they should just be telling you, I don't have the answer tonight. Let's talk about it another time. But tonight, that just really bothered me what you did. It's an old saying, throwing them under the bus. That's what I wanted to tell you.
Robin Logan, resident. I also would like to ask for decorum with the commissioners that you guys appoint. It seems that they come to each of these meetings, and as the person who just spoke to right before me, that nothing but complaints. There are no plans. They say that we do this and we do that, but where are they? Where is your Tweedy Mile Commission group? Why is the commission, Parks and Recreation Commission meeting on Thursday canceled? Why? I listened to the last one. I heard the gentleman say, you guys, you have people that walk at night and they don't wear the right colors. They're all dark. You can't see them. I also had comments that I brought up at the last council meeting. And I'm very disappointed at the mere fact that, it does seem like we just are complaining. Yet at the same time, some of us actually do have real concerns, and we like to see how we can get them implemented. I mean, I can't come to the council or the commission meeting because it's canceled. I mean, I can easily go ahead and send an email. Doesn't mean they're actually going to read it, but it would be nice for me to be able to voice my concerns like I'm voicing my concerns to you. How is it that when I realized, I said, that gentleman is very much accurate. I think we as citizens could put together an actual team of people, PSA, get it out there. But no, it doesn't seem like that. The commissioners that come here would rather complain that they'd want to go ahead and get a budget passed with erroneous numbers. So I applaud you for actually passing that, because it does mean that you guys want to move forward. You don't want to go back. I work in capital funds, and I understand a budget, and I understand having to do what you're actually trying to accomplish in 3 months will not work. So in the sense that I know what I'm talking about, I commend that you guys are trying to push it forward for the next time, because that's when it will actually be happening. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. So just to touch on a little bit of what the last resident said, there's a solution to that, right? Oh, Edgar Pelayo, Madison Avenue. So there's a solution to it, right? We had a call-in feature previously. It was done away with. That has to come back, and I know that there's state law that it's now forcing you to do it, but that should have been something that voluntarily should have been implemented, because that's going to increase participation by the community. That's going to increase participation, feedback, and all of that stuff, which is something that you guys all need to be able to move the work ahead and get it going. So I think that's very important. I think that there's a lot of residents that would want to provide their feedback and let you guys know what's going on, but can't make it to the meetings or to the commission meetings. So I think that's definitely something. So I hope that in the future we see that not only, well, I would say a system that works, right? That can definitely serve its purpose. So another point that I'd like to touch on is the last council meeting. I'm embarrassed to say that this council represents us and acted in that manner. I think that it seemed like it was a group of kids throwing a tantrum, and I think that it's important to respect each other and not make necessarily attacks individually or personal attacks. So I think that, for example, what happened last meeting, I think could have been handled in a lot different manner, very different manner, in a respectful manner, and that didn't happen. So I would hope that you guys consider that and take that into consideration going forward. Lastly, I'd like to touch on some of the stuff that's been said throughout the last few months, I would say, about information around the UUT and how there's misinformation and disinformation. And I would say there's a lack of information. There's a lot of residents that I've spoken to, neighbors, business owners, that have no idea that this is coming down the pipeline. They have no idea. And I think one of the business owners today said she found out through somebody else. This should be something that you as staff should be doing. This is your job, to make sure that people know and that they're informed. I know that Mayor Barón said he's spoken to around 700 people, but that's a fraction of the population. I mean, that's not enough to inform people, to let them know exactly what's going on so that they can come here and provide some feedback and give you their opinion. So I just think that there needs to be a better job done about that. I know that you have some roundtable conversations coming up around the budget. I hope those are going to be in Spanish, and there's translators, and there's literature that's going to be in Spanish so that most people can understand it, because this community is a large portion of it is Spanish speaking. So I hope that these changes are made, and hopefully that can make a difference in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. See no more public comments. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have 3 comments. I have one from Selena Cepeda, a parent of 4 children involved in Southgate Aqua Coalition swim team. expresses concern about the city's budget deficit and urges the council to consider alternatives to reducing the funding for the swim stadium. She explains that closing the pool for 6 months would significantly impact local youth swimmers by limiting the practice opportunities, reducing their chances of qualifying for competitive events, and making it more difficult for a swim club to keep members affordable to the community. I received one from Mr. Mario Dominguez, who urges the City Council to place the call-in feature or Zoom access for City Council meetings on a future agenda so that City can decide whether to restore remote participation options. He also expresses frustration with the decision to discontinue Zoom. And the last one from Ms. Claudia Rivera, who states that there are records showing the city's budget deficit was discussed in early 2020 when Councilwoman Avalos was serving as the city auditor, a role responsible for overseeing and understanding the city's financial condition, and therefore places greater responsibility on her regarding awareness of the issue. She also contends there are public statements suggesting deficit was unexpected, along with commentary from certain commissioners that contribute to the misleading narrative about the city's financial situation and the ballot measure being presented to voters. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead and go to Commissioner. Can we go check on that door, please? Thank you. I'll go ahead and allow it. Go ahead, Nelson.
I appreciate it. It's not the first time. It's been quite a few meetings. I work late sometimes. I try to get in and the door's locked at an automatic time.
Maybe just state your name, please.
Nonetheless, Nelson Hermosillo, Dorothy Avenue. I wanted to comment on the meeting of last time, the budget meeting. Ms. Avalos, I don't necessarily agree with your decision. I don't disagree with it either. However, I respect the power we invest in you to make that decision. What I do disagree is various council members attacking you, disrespecting your choice in this community, and I find that quite unacceptable. I wish those council members were here tonight. I will repeat this comment at the next session. However, we entrust you to make these decisions. A resident earlier mentioned that you ask tough questions, and I agree. You do ask the tough questions. The only thing that I would recommend is present them to staff beforehand so they can provide appropriate answers, but I think those tough questions should definitely be answered. To the council members that disagree or disrespect your decision in a vote, the residents out here were mixed. It was a little bit all across the board. To the council members that want to name call and want to disagree with your right to vote on the council, if they're going to do that, there's the door. They don't need to be on this council. Those council members were here a long time when these definite financial issues were created, and they're just passing the buck at the moment. Like I said, I'm going to repeat it at the next council member, but please don't take that from the council members. We as the residents don't accept it, and I hope they address it next time that they're here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public comment section. I'll go ahead and start with the reports from departments. Start with Tina.
Good evening. Just a couple reports from our Parks and Rec department. Last week we had a great turnout for our dance recitals, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday night. So just proud of our staff and all the kids for performing. And then just a reminder to register for Easter Fest and for our 5K run that's coming up as well.
No reports from community development.
Thank you. Luis?
Mayor, Councilor, just a quick follow-up on Councilmember Avalos' question regarding the numbers. We were able to tie out the numbers in the table, but what we'll do just for the sake of time is we'll be sending a follow-up email. And I think the confusion is that we used final budget numbers rather than actual numbers. And so we'll be sending both of those numbers so that all of council has the same information. Also wanted to provide an update. The utility payment portal, we were able to get it back online, but again, it is still occasionally coming down, and we are working with Giselle in our office or the CM's office to communicate to the public. that we are having issues with the payment portal. But we should have a contract executed to replace the portal sometime soon. The last update I'll give is that, and it's come up through public comment several times tonight, we are actively working to implement a call-in feature for these meetings. We are working with a consultant to ensure that we have the right hardware and technology available to make the meetings work. Here is a little bit of a unique challenge in that we have a single person controlling all functions of the city clerk, including the cameras and the, well, really everything. So we're working with her and her office to ensure that she has all the technology and that workstation that's going to be needed to add this additional layer. But it is something we're committed to, and it's something that you'll see in the next couple of months. That's all I have. Thank you.
John?
Good evening, council. I have nothing this evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I just wanted to make a comment in response to the comment made by the gentleman about the staffing of the police department. I have to agree with you, sir, that, yeah, we have low staffing problems. As you know, the city is facing financial problems. And so in reducing the budget of the police department, I have started to reduce the amount of officers that I have on the streets. When normally I would have 9 or 10 officers, now I only can have 7. And in order to work on maintaining a budget for the police department, I have reduced the amount of overtime that I have to be able to include more officers on my daily roster. So I agree with your comment. Thank you.
City manager? City attorney? City treasurer?
No new items to report.
City clerk?
I have nothing further to report. Thank you.
Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the community that's here and those that are on YouTube. I'm going to ask our translator if you can please stand over here so that you can translate what I say into Spanish, given the fact that the majority of our residents are Spanish speaking. I want to be absolutely clear that I have never taken anyone's ability to vote.
¿Quiere ser claro que nunca le ha quitado a nadie la oportunidad de votar?
Any suggestion otherwise is inaccurate, dishonest, and misleading.
Cualquier sugerencia es deshonesta,
Inapropiada.
inapropiado. Ujú.
My position was that I did not agree with declaring a fiscal emergency.
Mi posición era de que yo no estaba de acuerdo con una emergencia fiscal,
Given that we have a spending issue, not a revenue issue.
que tenemos problemas de gastos, no de ingresos.
As indicated in our most recent auditor's report,
En la última reporte del auditoría,
quote, ongoing expenditures
los gastos ujú,
have exceeded ongoing revenues.
se ha gastado más de lo que los ingresos que han entrado a la ciudad,
Of which we can interpret as an expenditure issue.
que se puede interpretar como un problema de gastos.
Disagreeing on a policy decision
No estando de acuerdo con una decisión de una póliza
should never be mischaracterized
no debería de ser caracterizado mal,
as preventing others from exercising their right to vote.
o prevenirles a otros usar sus derechos para votar.
I have observed
He observado
that when difficult issues arise,
que cuando hay
decisiones
difíciles, perdón,
some council members
unos concejales
quickly claim they are being attacked
dicen que los están atacando
or that it's misinformation that is circulating.
o que esa información no está correcta.
Being attacked is highly subjective.
Siendo atacada es subjetivo.
Public service requires
El servicio público requiere
accepting scrutiny
aceptando que uno los critique
and criticism
y critica
from the community that we serve.
de la comunidad que servimos.
Labeling community discussion
Hablando de las discusiones de la comunidad
or social media
o,
commentary
o comentarios en social media
as attacks
como ataques
can discourage
pueden
residents
a los residentes les pueden I don't know how to discourage,
from
sorry,
speaking up in council chambers
de hablar, de venir a hablar
or sending a simple email.
o mandar un correo electrónico.
Elected officials should welcome
Los oficiales que se eligen deberían de aceptar los comentarios. I'm sorry, thank you.
dialogue
El diálogo
and engage openly and constructively with the community that they serve.
y hablar con la comunidad que sirven.
Being called an attacker
Que le han dicho que ella ataca
simply because someone manages a community page
porque alguien maneja una página de la comunidad
is inaccurate and misleading.
no está bien.
Many council members, including myself,
Muchos concejales, incluyéndose a ella,
have been blocked from social media pages.
han sido bloqueados de páginas en social media.
This is not a complaint,
No es una queja,
nor should council be policing
no, y los concejales no deberían de estarse
these
fijando
private spaces.
en esos espacios privados.
Excessive focus
Enfocándose mucho en eso,
on perceived attacks
en esos ataques,
distracts from city business
se distraen de los negocios de la ciudad
and wastes taxpayers' resources.
y gastan los recursos de los que pagan impuestos en la ciudad.
No physical attacks have occurred,
Ningún ataque físico ha ocurrido
and labeling online comments as attacks
y diciendo que los comentarios en el internet son ataques
can be misleading,
pueden confundir,
harm reputations,
dañar las reputaciones
and expose the city
y exponer la ciudad
to any legal risks.
al
Exponer a la ciudad
sorry, a la ciudad. Ajá.
en una forma de
En la
liabilidad.
familia.
You're doing great. Don't worry about it.
Sorry.
Individuals running
Individuos que están
these pages
o que manejan esas páginas
have the right to manage their communities and express
tienen el derecho de expresar de sus comunidades
their opinions.
las opiniones.
Council time debating these private platforms is irrelevant.
El tiempo del concejal hablando de estos
To conducting city business.
para conducir el negocio
So
de
I
la
have a
ciudad.
question for our city attorney.
Tiene una pregunta para el
If a city
administrador.
commissioner is making comments about a community member under the clout of that she's or he is a commissioner, does that open the city to any liability?
Councilwoman Avalos, I'm not sure I have enough information, but I will tell you that if the comments are being made by someone in the course and scope of their duty while they're acting as a member of a commissioner during a commission meeting, or a council member is making a comment as a commissioner, or a member of the public is making a comment from the dais during a city council meeting, those are all protected forms of free speech.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, I am not Carmen Avalos.
Para clarificar, yo no soy Carmen Ábalos.
I don't know why this council member continues to bring her up as a deflection tool.
No sé por qué este concejal la sigue mencionando.
I urge us to focus on current issues
Les urjo que se enfoquen en los problemas que son ahorita,
rather than revisiting 20-year-old history,
en vez de hablar de algo que pasó hace 20 años,
which distracts from the many matters that we have today.
que distrae de los problemas que hay ahorita.
Repeated references to Albert Robles
Referencias a Albert Robles
are similarly irrelevant
no tienen nada que ver
and create unnecessary cycles of distraction
y crean distracciones
from our current issues that we are facing today.
de los problemas que tenemos ahorita.
A sitting commissioner on 2 commissions recently referenced a page.
Un concejal habló de una página
To a page administrator or and the platform using derogatory language.
usando lenguaje pues no correcto de un administrador de una página
In these council chambers.
Aquí en estas chambers.
Commissioners represent
Los concejales representan
the city
a la ciudad
and must uphold to the highest standards
y se deberían de
of ethics, professionalism, and integrity.
de profesionalismo, integridad,
Targeting residents in this way
hablando de los residentes de esta manera,
raises concerns about fairness,
habla de lo que es justo. Thank you.
impartiality,
Imparcialidad
and appearance
y
of
apariencia.
bias.
Y apariencia. Ujú.
It may also expose the city to any legal consequences.
Puede exponer la ciudad a temas legales.
Furthermore, that same commissioner claimed
Ese concejal
that my name is not Maria,
que su nombre no es María
and I simply used it to gain votes.
y solo lo usó para que votaran por ella.
Look at my name tag.
Miren mi nombre.
My name, my given name, and my legal name is Maria del Pilar.
Mi nombre legal es María del Pilar.
It is not just Maria,
No
and
nada
it is
más
not
María.
just Pilar.
No nada más María y no nada más Pilar.
Some youth organizations have expressed
Unas organizaciones de los jóvenes han expresado
about potential revenue loss
de los ingresos que se perderían
due to the city decisions.
debido a las decisiones de la ciudad.
Yet parents in certain youth programs
Y padres y ciertos programas de la juventud
have reported
han reportado
that they have paid over $1,000
que han pagado más de $1,000
for a season in football,
por una temporada de fútbol americano.
while other organizations
Mientras tanto, otras organizaciones
receive a significant in-kind
reciben, what was that? I'm sorry.
in-kind support from the city,
Que reciben dinero de la ciudad,
including utilities,
incluyendo utilidades,
field maintenance,
mantenimiento
and other
del,
operational
y otras
costs.
operaciones.
Imagine you running your business, not having to pay certain utilities or
Imagines
rent.
tener un negocio y no tener
What
que
is that
pagar
worth?
ciertas utilidades o
What is
renta.
that worth? No formal fiscal assessment has determined
No, what is it?
asesoramiento
Asesoramiento fiscal ha
to the
sido
value
determinado
of the in-kind contributions
al valor de las contribuciones
to the JAA,
a la asociación de JAA,
an organization that our sitting mayor
una organización que el alcalde
is directly involved.
está involucrado.
He processes registrations
Él procesa las registraciones
and charges fees himself.
y cobra los cargos.
These contributions were given
Esas contribus
without competitive bidding
se dieron sin buscar a otros
or comprehensive reporting
o reportaje
of their total
comprensivo.
value. Given these facts,
Dando estos datos,
these challenges may reflect enrollment issues
pueden afectar que la gente se enrole
rather than city
Eh.
funding issues.
en vez de problemas de la ciudad.
So placing blame on one council member
Ponerle todo el, en un concejal, ponerle todo el
especially without clarity on what programs
sin claridad de cuáles
would
programas
actually be cut,
serían cortados.
it is premature and unhelpful to the
Es
community.
prematuro y no es correcto.
Additionally,
Adicionalmente,
staff has suggested that crossing guards would be cut.
que las personas que ayudan a cruzar las calles se les cortaría su trabajo.
How many positions are we considering in cutting?
¿Cuántas posiciones no están considerando en cortar?
What's the average salary of these crossing guards?
¿Cuál es el salario de estos crossing guards?
Yet, as council,
Y el concejal
we have not approved any of these as of today.
no han aprobado nada hasta ahorita.
Another council member stated
Otro concejal dijo
on a social media page,
en una página de social media,
quote, "We worked with our employees' unions
trabajamos con las uniones de los empleados
and agreed on a compensation reduction plan.
y estuvimos de acuerdo con para cortar los saldos de los empleados
as well as early retirement plan.
y también para que se retiren temprano ciertos empleados.
I think the public deserves transparency.
El público merece la transparencia.
What exactly does early retirement plan include?
¿Qué es lo que incluye si se retiran temprano?
What compensation reductions were agreed to?
¿Qué compensaciones, la reducción de compensaciones
When
hablaron?
did this meeting occur?
¿Cuándo pasó esta junta?
Were council members present
¿Estaban presentes los
only
concejales? I'm sorry, what was that?
or only staff?
¿O nada más los trabajadores de la ciudad?
Which staff members were involved?
¿Cuáles empleados estuvieron involucrados?
All these details
Todos esos detalles
must be shared before any council votes on any significant
se deberían de compartir antes de que el ayuntamiento
financial
vote
decisions.
o decisiones financieras.
During the last council meeting,
Durante la última junta,
I was pressured by one of my colleagues
uno de mis colegas me presionó
indicating, "Don't do this.
indicando que no hagas esto,
They will crucify you
te van a crucificar
and they're going to blame everything on you."
y le van a echar la culpa.
I want to be clear to the community.
Quiero ser clara a la comunidad.
I'm not afraid about being crucified
Yo no tengo miedo a que me crucifiquen
so long as there is accountability.
con que haya contabilidad.
Standing firm
Parando fuerte,
ensures that these issues
asegura que estos problemas
are properly examined.
son examinados.
The public needs to understand
El público necesita entender
that I never took away
que yo nunca les quité
the community's right to vote.
el derecho a la comunidad a votar.
Lastly, our city clerk,
Por último,
Secretaria
la secretaria municipal
talked about treating our employees
habló de tratar a los empleados
with dignity and respect.
con respeto y dignidad.
So I ask her,
So yo le pido a
are
ella,
you treating your employees with dignity and respect in the city clerk's office?
¿estás tratando a tus empleados con respeto y dignidad?
Public officials,
Oficiales públicos,
we are responsible for maintaining
somos responsables por mantener
respectful conduct,
conducta respetuosa,
transparency,
transparencia
and ethical standards
y estándar éticos
in all interactions.
en cada interacción.
Words matter.
Las palabras importan.
It is our duty to communicate with integrity,
Es nuestro deber comportarnos con integridad,
separating personal
separando lo personal,
feelings
emociones personales
from official city responsibility.
de deberes oficiales de la ciudad.
And I do thank Ms. Vicky for her comments,
Le da gracias a la señora Becky por sus comentarios,
that yes, I do ask questions.
que sí hace preguntas,
However, sometimes they're not answered in a timely fashion.
pero a veces no se le
But I know
contestan.
moving forward, hopefully that will change.
Y ojalá
I
en
have
el
full
futuro
faith in
eso
our city.
cambie.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, and
Vice
one
Mayor.
last thing, sorry. In accordance with AB 1234, I was supposed to have been in Sacramento today. However, they had enough staff So therefore, I did not attend, but I will be attending vector control on Thursday. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Okay, let's see, okay, it's getting a little late.
Thank you,
I'm not
Neil.
gonna be, I'll be brief. And, there's been a lot of work going on right now. I know staff's working hard. I know there's a lot of challenges and opportunities, I think, moving ahead. But I wanted to recognize two of the volunteers, the senior center that are here. Párense un poquito más para que los reconozcan, because I know they were here, and there was two other ones that were here today. Gracias por venir. They're here late, and they're concerned about the senior center and what's going on. I am concerned about that, and I mentioned to the city manager, there's been some staff changes, I know that, and I know you're trying to reorganize, but I think that there was a cancellation of a field trip. The person that's there is having to pull other people to interpret. I think the issue of we need to have a Spanish-speaking person there. It's just not unacceptable not to have staff that can communicate with the seniors. I find that very I think we have to do something, and it has to be quick. It can't be waiting because it's important. I know Wednesday they had a dance and all, and then they're not coming. They're not happy. And they signed a petition. So I think we can't wait. I know we want to wait and all that, and I don't want to micromanage what's happening there, but I think we need a resolution. And I think that they're an important part of this community, and I think that we should expect some changes there. The same thing I want to say about the hot spa, Rob, and I think I mentioned it, but it's unacceptable to tell me it's going to take a month or it's been 3 weeks. I want that spa working. I mean, what are we here for? We're here to serve the public. That hot spa is for wellness. People, I use it too. A lot of people, and we're saying it's taking over a month. And come on, this is what we're here to work. We're supposed to make it work. I want that hot spa to be working, operational. I mean, why are we here? To provide a service. So I know I have to say it because these are ongoing things that I'm concerned about. So let's get it done. The restrooms of the park, I saw a social media say they're rating our restrooms. They say from 1 to 10, it's a 1, where the children play. And I went in there today and there's no place to put a thing to sit on the toilet. I mean, it's dirty. I mean, that goes across the board. I mean, we got to get those restrooms clean. I mean, this is a lot of people that come to our park. So if it's like this, how is it going to be come July 1st or next year? I'm concerned about this. So let's just do what we have the staff. We have staff. Let's get it cleaned up. I don't know. I really don't know what the issue is. But I think our restrooms are important. We have a lot of people that use the restrooms, and it's just sad to see that they're not being kept clean. So let's get it clean. I think it's important. But otherwise, that's all I want to, that's all I wanted to say. Let's just work on those things because those are, that's what we're here for. So, let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to touch a little bit on, I think there's a question that has been brought up quite a bit with me about, when do we get our package as a council member? How does that work? We usually get it presented from our city clerk, usually when it goes public to the residents. So we get the agenda items, we're able to review it, over the Thursday, Friday, over the weekend. I'm usually writing my emails to staff, getting my paperwork ready to have my Monday meeting with Rob, asking any additional questions over the weekend. Monday, I come in, have my meetings with Rob. If I have any additional questions for staff, they meet with me or we go and have all the information. And I've been doing this for years since I've been on council. This is not new. So we go through all that. Come Tuesday, we usually have every question answered. We have everything prepared. So I understand when you have questions come out, the the day of the meeting, it could be very hard to get answers responded to. So I will just echo to one of the speakers. I think Nelson made the comment that hopefully we can get those questions in from all council members a little sooner to be able to provide those responses to the council members as efficiently as possible to get those responses in as well as we can. And then I do want to touch a little bit on the programs that we volunteer on. I'll give you, an example. I sit on the board for the Junior Athletic Association. I am a volunteer coach for them as well. I was there yesterday. I had a field of 74 softball players, and I ran the practice by myself, doing ground balls, drills, fly ball drills for them. It was a great experience, and hearing what was coming out of the parents when we were walking off was, hey, I hear this is going to be the last season that we're not going to have a fall season. I said, well, as of right now, that's the way it's looking because we have to make budget cuts. And that is what we're telling our families, because we need to be prepared for what's coming. And yes, we are not having a deduction or reduction in numbers. Actually, our numbers are on par with what we've always had. Our kids come back to our program. Our numbers do really well. I know AYSO numbers have ballooned. They're asking for more time. They're actually asking to extend one of their seasons to go longer this last year. We just had a meeting with AYSO. Their numbers are going up, but we're having to tell them, hold on. We don't know what that's going to look like because budget cuts. So to say that we did not take away somebody's opportunity to vote, I don't know, guys, but I'm not voting in June for a UUT. Are you? I mean, I don't think a resident is voting in June for a UUT. So did I lose the opportunity as a resident to vote in June? I think we did. And I think there was a vote that was cast on that day that caused that. And yes, it was casted by a councilwoman Avalos. And that's where it's going to stay. I apologize if that feels like it's an attack, but it's the fact, right? And we need to make sure that we continue to say that, because when we're making cuts, I have to be able to respond to the residents and say, why wasn't this put on the June ballot? And when I have to respond to them and say, it needs to take a 5-0 vote to approve it, and we couldn't get there because Councilwoman Avalos says that we don't have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem. Well, sometimes it's very hard to understand that a trajectory in revenue and expenditures and the growth in that, maybe it's hard to understand that where expenditures are growing at a higher rate than revenue. It's not like the revenue is growing at a higher rate and we're just spending more of it. Revenue is growing at a slower rate than our expenditures are growing at. And that's been explained to us for the last 2 years. And I believe it was explained to you in 2020, but we're still dealing with this now. So again, I don't want to, continue with this conversation because we need to have a level of respect for each other, but I don't want misinformation and disinformation continue to be, disseminated to our residents. So when commissioners are saying it, we're going to call it out. When council members are saying it, we're going to call it out. Okay, we had residents, seniors coming up to me in the hallway saying, I had 2 commissioners tell me that I was going to be charged the UUT regardless, even though I was a low income senior. I said, no, the whole program is you're exempt from it. No, they told me I was going to still be charged for it. I was in a meeting and they told me I was still going to be charged for it. I was told at a church by Mr. Pichardo that I was still going to be charged for it, that it was still going to cost me money. So when things are being said to our residents that are inaccurate, it is our duty to call it out. And if we don't do that, then shame on us. And if we continue to say misinformation and disinformation, shame on us. That's it.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just add some clarity to that. And
I'm
you
sorry,
are
we're going to
correct.
move on.
You are correct. Our seniors are not going to be charged personally on their utility bill. They can opt out. The reality is that the businesses that are going to have to pay
Okay.
for that utility bill, they are going to pass that down
I-
to the seniors.
Well, I will.
That's the clarity.
Well, let's, okay, I don't want to go into an economic conversation, but if you go to McDonald's,
I just have to interrupt. This is not
Right.
the vote that took
Right.
place last week is not on tonight's agenda.
I understand that, but I think there's a clarity that needs to be addressed here because this is another misinformation, disinformation is being put out there. When you go to McDonald's, the 2 for $6, no matter what city you go to, it's still 2 for $6. Okay. And there's a utility users tax in every city, and it's still 2 for $6 when you go get the McDonald's deal. When you go to Walmart, their prices are the same in every city. Why? Because their ad are all the same. So you have to understand that economics doesn't work that way.
All right.
But I'll
Thank
leave
you.
it as that.
Thank you.
All right. Consent calendar.
Agenda items 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are consent calendar items, Mr. Mayor.
Like to go ahead and open up to any member here in the audience. If you have any questions regarding the consent calendar items.
Good evening, Council. Nelson Hermosillo, Dorothy Avenue. I got to catch my breath now. Item number 7 on the electric vehicles. I spoke on this last time when we were getting the lightnings. Given the fiscal situation now, I don't know if you guys have done the math on the cost of electricity. The city of Southgate pays millions of dollars a year in electricity. I personally did the math on getting a electric vehicle for myself. And when I compared that, even though I have solar, I have a net zero solar system in my house. When I compared that to fuel, the cost of electricity was much higher. With the cost of these electric vehicles at $63,000, I mean, for buying 2 of them, we can purchase 3 gas vehicles and probably save some fuel. I know the maintenance issues are going to come up that with gas and whatnot, but electric vehicles have issues too with the batteries. I mean, how long is the lifespan on these Silverados? We don't know yet. They're fairly new vehicles. So I request the council reconsider on the purchase of these vehicles. If we were flush with cash, absolutely, let's go. But given our fiscal situation, let's reconsider and maybe use that money to buy more vehicles to last longer as opposed to limited electric vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Robin Logan, resident. In that same regard, then what would that particular cost be? Would it be more or would it be less? I mean, the idea is it be 6 vehicles that are electric or not, we have to get that done now. The actual agreement was done. So if we continue to kick the can down the road, we're going to pay more. So again, with this, I appreciate and understand the concept of trying to save money, but as I work at a power plant, I am more than happy for you guys to have electric vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and close the public comment section. Any emails?
We do have one, Mr. Mayor, from Mario Dominguez. It's regarding item number 8. He questions the use of $353,220 approved in 2020 for architectural and engineering services related to Southgate Courthouse adaptive reuse project and asks whether the plans and designs were ever completed and how the funds were used. He criticized the city leadership handling the project and the use of ARPA funds. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Yes, I have several, and I did email the city manager for some of them. So if he could please shed some light on some of these that I had brought up to the attention.
I'm sorry, is your mic on?
Sorry. So item number 4. Again, we're changing the classification. So some of the questions that I did ask Was there a formal classification study or an audit that was conducted to justify this reclassification? And if so, it's not referenced here. Is it true that the reclassification of the duties or the effectiveness and the new position replacing the vacant one, are they relevant or not? Are they the same job descriptions or is it different? Did HR review the description of the job specs and the minimum qualifications? Did it go through our bargaining unit to make sure that we stayed within compliance of our union guidelines? And how does the reclassification to a higher skilled coordinator role generate $17,000 in savings and is paying the grade lower than the executive assistant classification? If you can please give me some clarity there, either Arturo or
I'll
city
step
manager
in.
or Luis.
Thank you, Councilmember Avalos. So just to clarify, later this morning and early this afternoon, we received a number of very detailed questions from you and attempted to do our best to scramble to answer them, which they were sent to your email later, like this afternoon before the meeting. But I understand maybe you didn't get a chance to read those, but we've attempted. We do have answers for all those, whatever questions you do wish to raise. I will start with the fact that we have a very excellent staff that everything you do see presented to you has gone through rigorous scrutiny, follows all our rules, our regulations. And although we've had piles of questions that have come over the last number of months, time and time again, we are able to prove that we are following the rules. We're not trying to do any funny business, and we'll answer all the questions, but the answers to start with will be, yes, it's all done correctly. But I'll pass it over to our HR director, John Hamilton, to give a sort of an overview summary of how we're following the correct processes.
Yeah, I'll do my best to summarize and give you. So when I first came to the city, we had a very burdensome process that went through every time I wanted to change an and to an or in a job spec, we were coming to council. So if council recalls back in June of 2024, I came in and we repealed what was called resolution number 6454. In doing that, it transferred a lot of those responsibilities that were creating some backlogs and issues with trying to get recruitments going. It transferred it back over to an administrative process. So what we've done since then is that we've come up with a very efficient and appropriate mechanism by which job specs are created, modified, changed, where analysis is done as to what the appropriate positions would be. As was identified in the repeal of that old resolution from 1998 that was tying our hands, it was clouding the issues between those duties delineated to the city manager and the administration of personnel, as opposed to the policy issues that would generally be overseen by council. So the process that we do now, for example, in the case of this particular position, is in consultation first with the department head, HR will work very closely every time we have an opportunity to reevaluate a position. In this particular case, a huge issue had changed from the last time this position had been changed, and that was the Department of Public Works has gone through a massive reorganization and a restructuring, and so we want to look at each position when it becomes vacated. So once Art and I, in this particular case, had worked closely in looking at the positions, making sure the position is appropriately worked and looked at to see if it will meet the needs of what his department is experiencing for and modernizing and updating it. Art and I go through and I make sure that what Art's recommendations are and what his changes are consistent with what our city does citywide, to make sure that if it's a position that may exist in other departments, that we have consistency, and in the industry as well. Once I'm done with working with Art on this, I then turn to the appropriate union that has oversight over this particular position. In this case, it's the Professional Management Association. So I then turn and I reach out to them and we negotiate arm's length back and forth. They may bring up any issues and we talk about everything from duties to minimum qualifications to expectations of where they fit, not just within this particular position, but where they fit in the greater fabric of what's going on within his department. Once they agree, and once I pass it back through Art in this particular case, the personnel officer, in this case, the personnel officer is actually Rob. He's delegated to me, and the impacted association. We meet and we sign these job specifications. This has been done in this particular case through meet and confer process. I also want to say in this particular position, once we went through and about 2 months after that, when the position used to be senior secretary, in August of 2024, we came before council and we identified a parity issue where that the existing senior secretaries have been changed into this executive assistant position. In that August 2024 agenda bill, with the resolution that was voted unanimously in support of, we identified in that bill that upon the retirement of these positions in the executive assistant, that we would be reclassifying them to a management analyst or similar in an effort to modernize the roles of what no longer is the classic secretary. We don't need somebody to monitor calendars, open letters, do dictation. We need somebody it's evolved over the years into an analyst, or in this case, we have it's a junior analyst. We call him a special projects coordinator. It doesn't require a college degree, but it's somebody who's preparing to rise through those ranks. And we've identified that as the appropriate position. So in August of 2024, when council approved the reclassification of this position to executive assistant, we also signaled that we were going to be making this move to reclassify this position, which is what we're doing here today. The position was appropriately analyzed as far as its position within the market when we came to council a couple of years ago. I think it was late 2023, and created the special projects coordinator position. It's simply that same position, just twisted and retooled so that when we go out for recruitment, it specifically can identify and recruit an individual that's going to have the expertise that Art needs to fill this administrative role.
And did we
And
vote?
council member, I do
Did we
want
vote in
to-
2023? I'm sorry. Did we vote on that in 2023?
Yeah, all these came before
And
council.
what was the vote in 2023? Was it 5-0?
I didn't take a look at that bill, but I don't recall there's only one circumstance where I call there was any dissension on council, was a 5-0 vote. So, and that was not this. This had to do something with some other issue.
Okay, thank you.
If I can just add, I do want to add an important point here as to why we're here. I really appreciate the procedural presentation that you received, and as our Director of Human Resources has explained, we went through all the right processes. Largely, one of the reasons we're here was not necessarily because we wanted to focus on reclassifying an executive position to a special projects coordinator. We're here because of the budget. When I was asked to start looking at how we're going to cut into this $9.4 million deficit, I had to look at the engineering division and think about how to restructure. And so we had two administrative positions that were initially supporting the engineering division in having to cut. The proposal was that we could do away with those two administrative positions and create a special projects coordinator position, which is the hybrid, if you will, as our Director of HR has explained. But this is one of the repercussions of our budget situation as to why we're proceeding with the special projects coordinator.
So I know in the past for these specific changes, we normally get a job spec, but we only got.
No, that was part of the 6254 process and procedure. That ended when council approved the new processes that was voted 5-0 in June of 2024, where we removed, because that was where the acknowledgement came, where there was a policy layer by council and an administrative layer by staff that was getting blurred. So it was at that point where we started getting direction from you for adding, like, the direction says to add into this to the salary schedule what this approved salary would be, and that we've been approving the job specs administratively through the meet and confer process, and they're all signed to make sure that they're all done that way. So
Thank you. And for item number 5, that would be with you, Tina. What was the original purchase order that was done for this specific contract? for these buses? And how many more trips are still pending? Because you're asking for an additional 35,000, bringing this up to 84,000.
That's correct. So for many years, the department, we followed a standard for processing our charter bus services. So typically, it's very difficult to program for our trips that we have a whole year in advance because things change, different things come up throughout the year. So typically, we program for half a year and then program for the other half a year. Again, this is a process that's been happening for many years. So the initial amount that was asked for was 49,000 for the beginning of the year, and then we're now we're asking to add on an additional 35,542 for the remainder of the year. And that's typically how it works. Halfway through the year, we get a better idea of what the trips are going to cost. But on a regular basis, typically what we do is we program about 8 to 10 trips for the quarter. So anywhere from 32 to 40 trips a year. And that's not just for seniors, it's for families, it's for some of our taught time classes and things like that. So there are different trips that come about. Typically, we do see quotes from various vendors. The last time we did change companies was in 2024 when we went with a company called Bus Bank because we received a lower quote. But when we did change over to the Bus Bank, we experienced several problems. One of them being that the bus did not have any air conditioning, or it had it, but it wasn't working. We also had issues with them not allowing us to use the restroom on the bus. And when we have little tiny tots and we have seniors and we go on trips that are a little further, they're going to use a restroom. And so that's why we try to get a charter bus so we can provide those services to our community. And not only did they not provide the restroom, but when we asked for them to be able to stop during some of our longer trips, they said no, they were unwilling to do so. So again, we ended up ending that contract with them and going back to Faster just because of the great service that they provided us for all of these years.
So how many trips or what's the projection in the schedule as to the places that are programmed? Are they programmed half a year or for the entire year?
It's typically half a year. Like I said, if we have to program now or come July 1st, if we have to have all the trips programmed from July 1st all the way to June 30th, it's just not practical because, like I said, sometimes if we want to do a trip to the Pantages, we have no idea what things are going to be there. If we're trying to do a trip with the kids to like a Disney thing, we don't know what's going to come out. So we do half a year because it makes it a lot easier because by that time we're able to program. And then halfway through, as we're progressing through the first half of the year, we start programming for the second half of the year. And so that's why it's always been done in 2 parts. But we are looking into it to see if there's a possibility to change that, but it is a little difficult, like I said, just on the programming side of it. But the money is allocated and it's there through Prop A, so it's not like the money is not there. It's just, again, just difficult trying to plan it
So
out.
what's the cost for the participant? And is it cost effective or do we break even?
For the trip or
for the trips?
Well, the participants pay for the trips that they go on. So whatever the cost is, if we're taking a trip to, I don't know, Tot Time to like Pretend City and it costs $25, they're paying $25 for the trip itself.
So they're not charged for the transportation?
No.
Okay. All right. Item number 6. That's with you, Luis. Can you explain what this is so that the community has a clear understanding?
Sure.
Just because I'm questioning myself, why is it that we're using a company that's going to cost the city in comparison to using any of the other 2 agencies that I referenced in my email that comes at a no fee?
Sure. So a couple of things. One, I just want to make sure the questions raised because you did send us an email, and I just want to clarify, the questions were sent 2 hours before the meeting for a variety of topics, and sometimes the questions were 15, 20 of them. But the questions raised touch on several technical aspects of portfolio management. The policy question before council tonight is more straightforward. whether the city should retain a professional investment manager to assist staff in managing the city's operating portfolio in accordance with the city's investment policy and the California Government Code. Staff recommends doing so, and the agreement before council has been structured with the safeguards necessary to protect the city's interests. I'm going to go in a little bit deeper here. How we got here. The city conducted a formal competitive procurement. In accordance with purchasing policies, proposals were evaluated by a review committee, scored, public sector experience and client references were done. We looked at investment philosophy and risk management. We looked at reporting capabilities, technology, cybersecurity protocols, fees, and Meter was determined to be the most qualified firm to offer the best overall value to the city. What will Meter do for us? Under this agreement, Meter will provide a comprehensive active management of the city's approximate $100 million operating portfolio with the statutory priority hierarchy of safety, liquidity, and yield in that order. Core services include a maturing laddering aligned to the city's cash flow needs, continuing credit monitoring, compliance with the city's adopted investment policy, and quarterly performance reviews. The agreement also includes an annual city council presentation, staff training, and full reporting. In terms of costs, the fees are asset-based and they're tiered. At our current portfolio size of approximately $100 million, we estimate the cost to be between $65,000 and $70,000, representing about 6.5 to 7 basis points. Sufficient appropriations are included for this. We have a structure in place. We selected Meter because of their strong references. They have the City of Los Angeles, the City of Irvine, the City of Anaheim, the City of Santa Ana, City of Whittier, City of Garden Grove. There's over 40 large public agencies that use them. You asked the question of why do we need an outside investment manager? Well, at a portfolio size of $100 million at that scale, active professional management provides meaningful value in terms of maturity structuring, continuous credit surveillance, and positioning. You mentioned LAIF and you mentioned a couple of others. We do leverage those, but those are not designed. The majority of our investment portfolio now, if you look at it, is very short-term based. And so we're really at the mercy of the current interest rates because a lot of it is in sweep accounts and a lot of it is in LAIF. And so those are not really considered, that's not really an investment strategy. The city has lacked an investment strategy for many, many years. When I got here in May, as part of my evaluation of the department, one of the areas that really concerned me was the inactive management of our investments, meaning it was a passive approach to investments when it should be an active approach to investments. We don't have the expertise in-house to make these investment decisions. And I was uncomfortable in getting on the phone with the broker and choosing random things to buy and invest in. I felt much more comfortable if we did what 40 other cities around us do, which is hire the professionals to manage our money. With that being said, I do have Jim, who is our investment manager that we selected, if council approves the contract, here to answer any questions you may have on the technical side. And we also have Rick, who is part of who's leading the effort. Rick is our accounting and finance manager, who's also here to answer questions. Last point I want to make on this is what happens if Meter underperforms or if the city's dissatisfied. The agreement includes a standard performance and compliance expectations clause. So the city has a right to terminate this agreement at any time with 30 days notice. And that's the same for all of our contracts, most of the contracts, I should say. They have a standard ability for us to renew. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So the only caveat that I would like to advise council on this is if we were to go with this company, did the manager perform at benchmark? I would like to get a status on that after this contract is awarded. And was the performance net of the fees acceptable? Were there any compliance violations? Did the portfolio maintain safety and liquidity? Were any affiliated products used and did duration stay within the policy? And were any securities downgraded? So for me, it's going to be, are we going to be able to invest this money today and pull monies if we were to need it in the future?
Yeah.
And what is the turnaround on pulling that liquidity?
Yeah, well, We provided an email with the answers, and I also want to be mindful of sort of the role of policy for council and the role of operations for staff, and just being mindful of, getting this specificity, I think, to ensure that we're doing the right thing with our money and investing in the right way, allowing people trained in finance, such as Lewis and his team, I think is wise, following best practices, using companies used in the same format used by other companies. We're following best practices. We're in the industry, and I think we're accountable for good results, and we will be. And so we did respond in an email for, I think, the sufficient answers for that.
Thank you. So the other item is for item number 7 for Arturo. Is immediate replacement required for all 6 of these vehicles? And could we possibly phase it in 2, 3 phases?
I'll
Yeah.
just confirm, first of all, before we get there, the big picture again, from a policy perspective, is we don't have enough general fund. We're doing drastic cuts to general fund. However, none of these vehicles involve any general fund. They actually involve a savings of general fund. So to delay purchases of things that will save general fund, Art will go through our slide here, but I think there could be a mixing of an understanding of funding sources to determine what solution might be best. Art, do you want to share your information?
So
Yeah,
let me just
yes,
go
I
ahead
do.
and
I did
ask-
receive,
Arturo, let me just go ahead and ask the last question.
sure.
Can the highest failure of any of the units be prioritized to basically retire them and replace them?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question again?
Can the highest failure units, basically in our fleet, be prioritized so that we can retire them and they're not a danger? on the road?
Council member, I received your questions in advance. As a city manager said, I
Yes.
provided you a response to your questions. There was a total of 14 questions. And so what I attempted to do in my response is give you a global understanding of what we're dealing with. I think some of the confusion here has to do with the type of monies that we're using to buy equipment. Is it our money? Are we affecting general fund or
I
not?
understand the funding.
Second, how we're phasing or what have you. So I'd like to just first point to how we're buying our city vehicles. In the past, we've provided a analogy of the gift card, right? The Home Depot gift card is bought. It has restrictions. You use it to build infrastructure. I wanted to use the same analogy here just to mention that right now with the 6 public works vehicles that we're buying, 4 of them are being purchased with AQMD monies, 2 of them with water monies. AQMD monies are that gift card. It's that gift card that is restricted. It's not affecting general fund. It's not accepting city cash flow. There's not a long-term financial impact. There's not in terms of having to use the general fund. It's not general fund. So we're using this restricted gift card to buy 4 electric vehicles. This gift card money, this AQMD money, can only be used to buy clean vehicles, which is why we're going with the electric trucks. But it can't be used for daily services. Now, there is no impact to the general fund. In fact, there's actually a positive impact to the general fund. You're improving your fleet without using general funds. Second, if you don't improve your fleet, then you're continuing to have to fix the fleet that you have now, and there's a cost to that. So over the long term, there's a bigger cost. But I would like to give you kind of the overview that addresses all of your questions. Here, if I can just read the response. So it just gives you a bigger understanding. So the city uses a fleet master plan to guide decision-making related to vehicle replacement investments. The vehicles proposed for replacement were evaluated based on age, mileage, reliability, and maintenance history. Several of these vehicles have exceeded their recommended service life and are experiencing increasing maintenance costs and operational downtime. Replacing them helps maintain reliability in city services while avoiding escalating repair costs and unexpected breakdowns that can disrupt operations. It is important to note, again, as I just mentioned, that the vehicles are being purchased with restricted funding. So these funds are specifically designated for the clean vehicle purchases that we are focusing these on. As a result, there is no negative on the general fund or cash flow. In fact, Replacing aging vehicles helps reduce maintenance costs and improve reliability, which saves the city money over time. Using these grant funds allow for city to improve its fleet without general fund dollars. Delaying the purchase would only increase maintenance costs in older vehicles and could risk losing the opportunity to use available grant funding. The quoted, let me skip that. So, and we're doing the same thing with the police vehicles. It's the same approach that we are taking. I do also want to address the general input from the public with regards to the cost of electric vehicles as compared to the cost of a regular vehicle. I'm not sure what the basis was for the commentary that it actually costs less to buy gas truck vehicles, but that's not the case. So in a financial analysis, when you're comparing an electric vehicle to a gas truck vehicle, I did a 10-year analysis and a 20-year analysis. Under a 10-year analysis, you're looking at things as purchase price, which is only one. Yes, electric vehicles are more expensive, but you're also looking at fuel costs, maintenance and repair, oil changes, emission compliance, and what have you. Over a 10-year cost for these particular vehicles, the electric vehicle ends up at a $80,000 price tag, whereas a gas truck vehicle ends up at a $91,000 price tag. When you're looking at a 20-year outlook, and now you hear a battery has to be replaced on an electric vehicle. Well, that's true, right? And that can be expensive, but that gets offset by on a gas truck, you got major mechanical repairs. The 20-year cost of an electric vehicle is $109,000. The 20-year cost of a gas-driven vehicle is $147,000. So there's a significant additional cost. So all in all, can we do this in phases? We are doing it in phases. We started our master plan in 2019. We've replaced 66 vehicles. Since then, we've got another 130 to go. So we've been doing it in phases. Now's the time to make this investment simply because we've got this AQMD gift card that is helping us keep our costs down. So after seeing all your questions and hearing the commentary from the members of the public, my recommendation stands that I believe that you should vote to purchase these vehicles.
Thank you. And the last one, I think it's item number 9. I just want to read this into the record, which is page 14. And it's been something that I've been consistently asking, of which I have yet to receive any responses to. On page 14, it says Grant Special Revenue Fund. The Grant Special Revenue Fund is used to account for all federal, state, and local grants, not specified in other funds. As of June 30th, 2025, the funding balance had a deficit of $12.9 million, of which 11.3 represents unavailable revenue that has been earned but does not yet meet modified accrued availability criteria. This deficit is technical rather than structural. Amounts will be recognized as grant reimbursements are received. I have been consistently asking, where are we on the reimbursements of all of these federal grants? I haven't received a response to that, and I'm still waiting for that. So hopefully, moving forward, I will be able to get a list as to where we are in all of that grant funding and where we are in the queue for those reimbursements. Because again, we're in a deficit there, and it's not a little.
Yeah, Councilmember, I will tell you that the city has a CIP program. I think earlier the number that was mentioned was somewhere in the $86 million range, and we are spending hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on a monthly basis, and we're getting reimbursements on a regular basis. We did do an analysis as to where we stand. I think the last numbers we looked at, off the top of my head, I don't want to quote them, but we are in line with what we're spending. We're getting in line with the grant programs for reimbursement, and we're not very far behind on our grant reimbursements. So unless there's any other information, maybe down the line we can provide additional information, unless you have anything else now.
No, but if council would like, I do have a presentation that we did develop on the ACFR that might be helpful. And it would take about 10 minutes to go through it if council would allow me the opportunity.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, I'm going to introduce Rick Piles, who's our accounting manager, who's going to run through this presentation pretty quickly.
By the way, Rick, thank you so much for sticking it out with us at this late hour.
Thanks. And good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I would just go over some highlights of the financials and try to be quick about it. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. That way you can stand at you. So the annual comprehensive financial report has to be produced for every city government every year. It has to be audited by a CPA firm to ensure the accuracy of the information that we're reporting for the city. This can be used by the public to ascertain the financial state of the city, also by credit rating agencies. The city can track its position over time by comparing the ACFR year over year and make decisions based on this. The auditors, which is Davidson Farr LLP, did issue us a unmodified audit opinion, which indicates a few things. It indicates that the financial statements are presented fairly and within accounting standards. It indicates there's no going concern doubts, which would mean going concern would be in the foreseeable future, the city will be able to meet its obligations and pay its bills and operate up to standards. There was no fraud, waste, and abuse identified during the audit, and no disagreements between auditors and managements arose. And the city proved to be able to pay its debts and meet its obligations. What a clean audit does not mean, to avoid any confusion on that, it doesn't mean that the city does not have budget challenges. It doesn't mean that revenues exceed expenditures. It doesn't mean that the city has excess cash available for spending and that future budgets will automatically be balanced. The audit focused on whether financial records were accurate and properly reported. The annual budget may show the issues more clearly with regard to the city, the financial challenges the city faces in the short term. So some things on the financial statements are very positive in appearance, and they are positive, but don't get it confused with the city's ability to meet its obligations during a fiscal year. The net position increased to $324.1 million, up $16.2 million from prior year. Cash and investments totaled $128.1 million at June 30th, 2025. But however, to highlight fiscal concerns, it should be noted that since June 30th, 2025, we've had to draw $13.5 million from LAIF just to pay basic expenditures that the city incurs. LAIF is an investment pool, but it's considered liquid because it is there's no difficulties in taking the funds out to convert to cash and pay bills. The city has been able to meet its debts again, but just to point out, just because we have a $324.1 million net position, a lot of that is composed of capital assets and committed funds that are not liquid and can't be converted to cash easily. So, and also to compare the ACFR versus the city budget, just to highlight that distinction. The ACFR includes capital assets such as roads and facilities, includes restricted funds that can only be spent for specific purposes. It uses accrual accounting and long-term financial measures. It looks at long-term spending and long-term debt. The city budget pays for things like police services, parks, and daily operations, relies on recurring tax revenues, and it must balance each year. It could require the use of reserves or one-time funding sources if the revenue is not available to cover the expenses. So to understand the way the financial statements, the ACFRs work, it's split into two different focuses. The government-wide financial statements, which looks at everything as a whole. It looks at all the funds in one, and it looks at things on more of a long-term basis. Looks at, the pension liability the city has moving forward for the foreseeable future. The fund financial statements, however, are more on a short-term basis. The governmental activities is split. Again, I mentioned this a minute ago. The net position includes capital assets, which are worth $352 million. This would include things such as streets, water and sewer systems, public facilities and parks, public safety infrastructure. So again, on paper, this is going to look like a very large amount of wealth. However, you can't sell streets to meet obligations. So it's positive, but it's not liquid. Utility funds, water and sewer had a net position of $67.3 million, an increase of $1.3 million from the prior year, driven by growth in sales and service charges. There was no increase in water rates during fiscal year 24-25. However, there were added fixed fees for sewer charges. There is a new accounting standard called GASB 101. Every government entity had to implement this. So just wanted to highlight that that was implemented in our city as well. It did not create a material difference in our financials. What it does is it makes cities and government entities typically report more liability for vacation and sick leave. And in our case, it only, for 2024, it only increased by $77,000. And it would be similar for 24-25. Long-term benefit liabilities, net pension liability is $109 million, and other post-employment benefits, such as the health insurance for retirees, that liability is $30.7 million. This is one of the things that places pressure on the operating budget to pay these debts. This is a trend that's common across California cities. And these figures are developed by actuarial companies that we pay. It's very complex with a lot of factors into the figures. Another one of our large liability areas is the insurance fund. Included in the insurance fund is the claims that we have to pay for general liability claims and workers' compensation claims. The deficit, which we are in a deficit, increased by $3.5 million during last fiscal year. Total accumulated deficit is $9.1 million. And part of that is the liability that we have to book for $17.6 million, another calculation that is developed by actuarial companies, and it's within the accounting standards, the way it's reported. So to touch on what the councilwoman brought up a moment ago, grant billing timeliness. We do have a cumulative deficit in the grant special revenue fund of $12.9 million. This was brought to our attention by the auditors. It's a concern. However, we do need to consider the nature of grants. Just the way they work is that you have to spend the money first before you get reimbursed. And the financial statements are like a freeze frame in time, and they're saying as of June 30th, what's the situation? And what it is that money was spent and not yet reimbursed. But I know we're working with Public Works and other departments that receive grants and working to timely recover the funds to do reimbursements for grant programs. And we did have to book a $2.85 million allowance for doubtful accounts, which indicates that we're not sure that the money will be received. This is something that was required by the auditors, but the city will be seeking reimbursement of all funds.
Can you elaborate on what are doubtful funds?
It's what they call a contra account in accounting. So let's say you have an accounts receivable of $1 million, and it's not so likely that half of it will be received, then you would book a $500,000 allowance for doubtful accounts to offset the value of the receivables. So this was something imposed on us by the auditors. They were a little more stringent than in past years for some reason. So to comply with them, we booked that entry, but it doesn't stop the city from seeking to receive reimbursement for all of the funds.
And if I could also add, I think part of what we were explaining to the auditors, because when we were going through this audit, I think initially they were wanting us to book a much larger number, right, Rick?
Yes.
And so what we had to explain to them, we went through line item detail with the auditors about the current state of our programs and projects. And so that number is a number that they were more comfortable with. It was a much lower number. But even since June 30th, we've received a significant amount of that back from that older 2022 timeframe. So it's a constant journey in terms of billing. But some of these projects that Art is working on are multi-year projects. So it's not unusual to see an outstanding grant balance of in 2022 or an AR or a billing, and still waiting for it because sometimes you can't get reimbursed until the end of the project.
And I would think that especially with the city as aggressive in CIP projects as we are here in the city of Southgate, where, everywhere you look down Firestone Boulevard are medians, Garfield, Long Beach, Tweedy Boulevard. I mean, we're CIP heavy. So that would just, exacerbate the problem.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail right on the head, right? Because we're looking at things from a perspective of expenditure and how much reimbursement we haven't applied for. But on the project delivery side, we're working on massive multi-million-dollar projects, 3 major projects at the same time, while major roadway projects are taking place. And it's just millions and millions that we're spending in grant funds and we're recovering. So 12 million might look like a big number, but for me, it's 10% of our program. It's not that big of a number. But yeah, you've hit the nail right on the head with that comment.
Okay, and just to move on to the next slide, the general fund balance did decrease by $500,000. I would say this is a symptom of the fiscal pressures the city is facing. So you do see that reduction in fund balance. And again, with the structural budget pressures in the past, we were able to rely on ARPA one-time funding. We had $18 million to spend for various purposes that qualified for ARPA funding. Those funds have now been exhausted. There's only a remaining $135,000 of uncommitted funds that was basically just the interest from the ARPA funds that will be spent after that. Those funding sources are gone. So just to kind of highlight recap it is just that, policy decisions are going to have to be made. The city is not in a financial crisis, but as has been mentioned time and time again, it's heading in the wrong direction with regard to the comparison of revenues versus expenditures. Policy tools available include adjusting service levels. Example would be reducing services as programs for the city, updating cost recovery fees, which would indicate efforts to increase revenues, and evaluating revenue options subject to voter approval. An example of that is obviously the utility user tax. And that's the end of the presentation. Questions?
Thank you. We can just get a copy of the slides.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Maybe. Yeah. Go ahead. It still works, I guess. Okay. Thank you for that presentation. Appreciate it. In terms of investments, portfolio, are they the ones that are handling that? Also, the number 6? No?
No.
No? Okay. But I know we've made some good investments. we've generated revenue, right? I mean, I think in the millions, right? I mean, every year we raise a certain amount of money in the portfolio.
Yeah, the city's very limited in we can't risk, which is, I think, a good thing. So we're very limited to the most conservative investments. But we don't make a ton, but we don't lose anything.
Okay, so that's a good thing. All right, and then I think I'm good. I think we've heard enough. Most of my questions answered. So.
Yeah. Well, thank you to staff. Thank you for their presentations, and I would like just to touch on the annual financial reporting that we do here. I want to just for the benefit of our residents and the public, these reports are available online for you to review. We have it on our city's website under budgets. There is a page there. I believe we have the last 10 years available for you to review. And every single year, we are reviewed by a external auditor. And every year we've received this evaluation that there has been nothing to report. So just wanted to again reiterate that and make that awareness to our residents that those are available for review. So thank you for everybody regarding the presentation. I just want to also just echo related to electric vehicles. I really would love to speak to the resident Nelson. I really think he's being informed incorrectly as an owner of an electric vehicle, and also one that has putting solar panels in their home. It is a cost effective. It's very low cost to be able to charge a vehicle at your home, and very cost effective compared to owning a gas vehicle. So I would hope that maybe we can have that conversation, and then I'll reach out to Nelson to have that with him, because I want to make sure he's getting that right information on that. But anything else?
Mayor, yeah, on that one, on the fleet vehicle, do we have the infrastructure for the charging and all that? Because now you're going to increase. Yeah.
We do. We not too long ago we completed the construction of 2 electric vehicle charging station projects. One of those projects installed charging stations here, excuse me, at City Hall, at the police station, and then at the Public Works yard we recently installed some level 3 charging stations now. So the highest capacity, right? We've got 2 of those in place also using AQMD funds, but we have all the infrastructure that we need to support the vehicles.
I'll motion that we approve the consent items 4 through 9.
A second.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Motion passes. Moving on to warrant register, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you. And I'll go ahead and pass it over to our city auditor.
City Council will consider approving the warrant register for March 10th, 2026. The grand total is $3,959,407.25. Cancellations are 113470, 113454, 113200, and 113074. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you, City Clerk. Just want to open it up to the folks in the audience if they have any questions related to the warrants. Seeing none, bring it back to council. Council, you have any questions on the warrants?
No.
Make a motion to go ahead and receive.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Second. City Clerk?
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, everybody. Go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Hey, you guys have a great night.